Yeah, I do, but well, I guess we can just enter them now.
So Deputy Chief, Nikki will swear you in as a witness. Okay, you've testified in cases like this before?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have to give you, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if we can, we have some additional exhibits in addition to the interrogation that we'd like to present.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you want to do this off the record?
Let's keep it off the record now, and then I'll just, if statement on this. So, you ready, Nikki? So, the union has offered up 3 additional exhibits. The first one, the complaint for hearing, is accepted as a record of this case, and I'll look at it and decide whether it's relevant or not. The second one is on a thumb drive, and since the employer hadn't had the chance to hear this yet, or listen to this yet, I'm going to hold off on that one. And once you have a chance to listen to it, then you can either say you have no objection, or if you have an objection, make an objection, and I'll make a ruling. And the third one is already in the record as this would be exhibit number 11 of what, the employer?
I think it's joint exhibit 10.
Well, in my book, we've got it as VOP 11.
Yes, but then when we went over
Oh, we made joint exhibit 10, okay. But anyway, in any instance, that is already accepted in the record, so I'll keep it here as well, but basically it's already in the record and I'll look at it. Any other preliminary matters today?
have no other.
Okay. You have anything, you already called your witness, so I guess probably you don't have anything of that?
No, I may have some additional documents. Start the testimony and see.
Okay. You all set to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Here comes your good timing. Welcome.
All right.
That your microphone's off.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Brian West.
And sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And by whom are you currently employed?
The Village of Orland Park.
How long have you been employed with the Village of Orland Park?
30 years full-time today.
And I believe today is a pretty significant day for you.
It is.
And why is that?
As of 5 o'clock, I'm retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is your last day, huh?
Yes.
Well,
So during your 30-year tenure with the Village of Orland Park, what positions did you hold? Meaning ranks?
Rankings. I was hired as a patrolman in 1994. 2007, I was promoted to sergeant. 2010, promoted to patrol lieutenant. 2017, I believe, patrol division commander. And then in 2022, I became deputy chief.
So you worked for the village under Chief McCarthy, is that correct?
Yes, when I was hired full-time, I was under Chief McCarthy. I actually started at a high school in 1989, so I was originally under Chief Rabidou.
And after Chief, who was the chief after McCarthy?
The tenure was Chief McCarthy, Chief Mitchell, and currently Chief Rossi.
is there anybody here in the department that has more seniority than you?
No, the guy in front of me just retired, so I'm currently number one in seniority until 5 o'clock today.
And who was the guy that was in front of you?
Bill Kazmierczak, an officer.
During your tenure with the village, were you a member of any unions?
When I first got hired as a patrol officer, we were the Orland Park Patrolmen's Association. During my tenure as a patrolman, we dissolved, I guess would be the word for that association. We became MAP, Chapter 159.
And that's for patrol?
For patrol, yes.
And did you, with respect to the MAP union for patrol, did you hold any positions with that union?
I was secretary-treasurer for a while, and then ended up being the vice president for a tenure as well.
Secretary-treasurer, and then, I'm sorry, vice president?
Vice president, yes.
How long were you vice president?
I'd have to go back and look at the records. We did a contract negotiation during that time frame, so I'm gonna assume over a year. And then when I became a supervisor, you're no longer a part of that patrolman's union anymore. You're in the Supervisors Association.
And were the sergeants included in the patrol contract, or did they go into the supervisors union?
Sergeants are in a separate union. They're in the Orland Park Police Supervisors Association.
So when you when you were promoted to the rank of sergeant, were you also included in the union?
Yes.
And what's the name of the union that represented the sergeants?
The Orland Park Police Supervisors Association.
Did you hold any positions with that organization?
I was secretary-treasurer.
So that bargaining unit only includes sergeants?
Sergeants and lieutenants, sir.
Sergeant and lieutenant.
And also the commanders and deputy chief, but we're not a voting member. We have an association with them as far as legal defense, but we don't negotiate with them.
Okay.
So that was my next question. So even as a commander and a deputy chief, you're still a member of the association that's associated with MAP?
Yes, I pay union dues into that monthly through my payroll.
Okay. So you've been paying union dues to a representative organization for 30 years?
Yes.
And while you held positions with the union, did you also serve as a union steward or represent people in grievances?
As a patrol union steward, yes. As a supervisor, I'm going to say no.
Tell me, who was the chief when you were promoted to sergeant?
Tim McCarthy.
Okay. And tell me about the process. I believe there was some sort of meeting with respect to the promotion to the rank of sergeant. Can you just tell me about what that meeting process was?
Yeah, Chief McCarthy always claimed there was a rule of three, that he could select one of the next three candidates. So prior to being promoted to sergeant from patrol, you were called up to the administration command table. At the time for mine, it was Chief McCarthy, I think it was Deputy Chief Hughes, probably Commander O'Con. Commander Jack Mattis was in there, I know that, because he asked me a specific question during that. But basically, they vetted you to say, you know, why do you think you should be a sergeant? The basic theme of the meeting was the fact that you now represent administration. You couldn't be friends with your subordinates. Chief McCarthy always had a saying that even came out in that meeting, if you want a friend, get a dog. But basically, you know, basically you were going to be a supervisor now. You represent the village, you represent him, you need to make sure that you did your job.
And does that mean you can't be in the union?
No, you're in the union. It just means that you are now a supervisor. And when the chief's not there, you are expected to follow the rules and regulations and hold your people accountable.
Did you take that conversation? How did you take that conversation?
I thought they were wrong. I thought that they were older, that they didn't know what they were talking about, that it was going to be different for me, that I, you know, worked there since 1989. I started at 18. I knew all of them. They knew me. I started there as a young man, and, you know, I've gone up through the ranks, and now I'm possibly getting made sergeant. I didn't think they had a clue what they were talking about, that things were going to be different.
Okay. And were you ultimately promoted, obviously, to the rank of sergeant?
I was the first sergeant to get promoted out of patrol that never went through investigations.
And as you or after you became a sergeant, did you maintain that position, that with how they described for you being a supervisor was wrong?
I did. So it's a lot different back then than it is now. So back then, the two junior sergeants were assigned afternoons. The supervisors rotated. They rotated teams. Each team was a lieutenant and two sergeants, and they would rotate every 30 days. The bottom two sergeants stayed on afternoons. So I worked with all the supervisors as a sergeant. Everything was fine. Got along with everybody. Did my job, held people accountable, but I have no issues, and I still held the belief that they were wrong, you know, that you could be friends with your subordinates. They sent me to a 2-week supervisory course at Northwestern. I remember one of the instructors coming out, I think he was a chief of like Rosemont, but he came out and said, you know, you're supervisors now, you're sergeants, and that if you think you're going on bus trips with your subordinates, you better think twice, because you're still a supervisor if something happens. And I thought that person was wrong too, to be honest with you, because I had no issues, no problems, and I had no indications that that would change for me, because I had such a history with everybody and knowledge and familiarity at that time. So.
And did something happen to change that, your philosophy or perspective about that issue?
Yeah, when I was promoted lieutenant, I was on the midnight shift, and I had no issues as the midnight lieutenant. I remember I took my entire team out to breakfast. I remember Chris Lacerdo, I trained Chris Lacerdo as an FTO, went to breakfast, he ordered with the waitress, he said, give me your finest cut of steak and eggs. You know, the bill was over $200 something, but my team was good. I had a bunch of young people, and it's had a feel of a family. I'll be honest with you, everybody got along. About 3 weeks before I was transferred to the afternoon shift, because when you get promoted, you got to take the shift availability based upon your rank. And at that time, midnight lieutenant was there, and I was due to go to afternoons. And we had a situation with one of our employees that was intoxicated behind the wheel of a car. had urinated all over themselves. We had a lot of witnesses, and I had to make a unfortunate decision, a decision that I don't take lightly, but it had to be made, and I'd make it right now today if I had to again. But I learned at that point with the
What was the decision you had to make?
it was a DUI. I rolled up on scene, my sergeant was there, 3 patrol officers were there, and nobody knew what to do, they were panicking. We had a lot of witnesses, the fire department was there, and if anybody knows our fire department, they come out with 24 people. It's like the simplest call in the world, and they send the entire firehouses and everything else. There were just too many witnesses. Civilians were there that made the phone call reporting this DUI, and I had to make the decision to tell the officer to do field sobriety tests on one of our employees to determine if we had probable cause for an arrest. And he did, and I said, "You have probable cause?" He said, "Yes." I go, "Then you've got to arrest her." She goes. I remember telling Officer Berthold at the scene, you know, you tow and impound that car, and he balked at it. You know, "I'm not doing it." "No, you're going to do it. You're going to tow and impound that car." And he apologized later. It was difficult for everybody. But after that day, I knew that what they told me was right. You couldn't be friends because everybody turns on you at that point. You know, they're not your friends. They're your subordinates. So from that moment on, it was bad. It was rough in the department, it was. And I was only with them for maybe 2 or 3 months, 2 or 3 weeks more before I transferred to afternoons. And I thought things would get better on afternoons. My first day in roll call on afternoons, I walked into roll call and everybody was staring at the desks. You know, not desks, but long tables. Nobody would look me in the eye. They'd pass me in the hallway and not say anything. And these are people I've known since I was 18 years old, you know, and they're people I still work with today. But I realized at that point that Chief McCarthy, Deputy Chief Hughes, Jack Mattis, they were right that if you want a friend, get a dog, unfortunately, because you're going to have to do things as a supervisor that are unpopular, you know, and it was not an easy decision. I don't think people realize at this point that the employee that was involved in that, I recommended her for the job in the village because I knew her from a personal, you know, affiliation, that I was on her reference to get that job. But like I said, it had to be done. It was done. I would do it again right now, but it was awful.
Has the treatment by the individuals that you worked with since that incident been consistent?
Yes.
Meaning, and when I say consistent, I mean, have they treated you poorly since that time?
I think it's always in the back of everybody's head what I did, the decision I made, because nobody can believe that I made that decision. They always say, "Don't cross the blue line." It does exist. I crossed it.
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm objecting. It calls for speculation as to what other people think.
Well,
Well, go ahead, you want to rephrase your question or something?
sure. You said that people didn't look you in the eye, they didn't say hello to you after that incident. Was there anything else that they did to you that you felt was based upon your making that decision to arrest somebody who was driving under the influence?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'd walk by them in the hallway, say hello. They'd look at the wall and walk past me. They turn around the hallway, go the other way at that point. It got back to me that people were making comments about my wife and kids, that if they ever needed a break, you know, good luck getting that. It was a bad time in the organization. And it was, you know, my commander at the time, Commander Keneally, told me it'll pass. Everything will pass. You know, something else will happen. They'll be fixated on somebody else. It didn't pass. But I think it just goes back to the point that Chief McCarthy and the people at that command table were right. They were right with what they told me. And I'm sure the younger staff look at me right now and say the same things when I talk, that I don't know what I'm talking about. But they were right with that direction, that you cannot be friends with your subordinates because you're ultimately going to be a supervisor.
And as a supervisor, you need to make tough decisions.
You do. There are tough decisions that need to be made.
Can those decisions be made based upon your relationship with the individual affected by that decision?
No, they can't, because you have to represent the village at all times. You have to protect the village, protect yourself, and even in some situations, like the decision I made, protect your employees.
And what about the residents on the street with respect to that decision?
Yes, definitely. But I'm just talking the familiarity of who you know at the time, you know, that you need to make sure things are done correctly.
Regardless of who's affected?
Yes.
Have you ever made a decision affecting an employee based upon their race or their national origin?
No.
Have you ever made a decision affecting an employee that was based upon their union affiliation.
No.
Are all the police officers in the village of Orland Park, maybe except the chief, represented by a union organization?
Everybody except the chief and the part-time staff. The part-time officers are non-union.
At some point, you were promoted to the position of deputy chief, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when that occurred?
It was in 2022. I don't know the month or the date.
Who was the chief at the time you were promoted to deputy chief?
Chief Mitchell. No, I'm sorry, Chief Rossi.
Okay. So Chief Rossi was promoted to the rank of chief, or to the position of chief, and then you were promoted to deputy chief?
Yes, under Chief Rossi.
Okay. When Chief Rossi took over as chief, did he make any changes to the command staff or the organization?
Not that I recall.
At some point, Chief Rossi went to, I think that it was the National Academy?
Yes.
FBI National Academy? Do you know when that was?
I have to go back and look, but it was just after the holidays. I remember that.
Okay, if I told you it was January of 2024, does that sound familiar?
It could be correct, yes.
Before Chief Rossi went to the National Academy, was there any discussion with respect to the position of traffic unit supervisor?
No.
Who
Let
was
me
hold-
rephrase that. Discussion as far as what?
As far, well, who held the position of traffic unit supervisor prior to him going to the FBI Academy?
Lieutenant Phil Glacier.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Glacier retire anytime?
He did. He did. Phil's retirement was abrupt. It was unexpected.
And do you have any idea when that occurred?
No, I have to look at the special order.
Okay. That traffic, what's the best non-command job in the police department?
I would say probably investigation sergeant and traffic sergeant.
Okay. And why is the traffic sergeant a good job in the police department?
Traffic sergeant works Monday through Friday. The hours of operations are technically 8 to 4, but whoever occupies that, he or she, can change their hours based upon the needs of the organization. You can't come in and just willy-nilly work, 2 in the morning to something else, but if there's operational reasons for school zone enforcement or anything else, you can change your hours at the discretion of the patrol agent commander who oversees that position. Take-home car, ability to work IDOTs, and move your schedule around to coordinate those IDOTs. IDOTs are Illinois Department of Transportation traffic grants. It's an overtime detail that you get that's reimbursed through IDOT, but it's paid on the village payroll. So there's some perks to that position.
And I'm
Yvette,
sorry,
do I have a copy of the traffic sergeant job description in the documentation I've got here?
I believe you do.
I just want to make sure I have one.
How about if I look for it during the break?
You can do that for sure.
Prior to Phil Glacier being the traffic unit supervisor, who held that position?
Well, Jim Bianchi held it for a period of time. Tim McCormick.
Who was immediately prior to Phil Glacier?
Sergeant Jason Ford.
And what is Sergeant Ford's race?
Caucasian.
What rank did he hold when he was a traffic unit supervisor?
Sergeant.
At any point in time, was he promoted to the rank of lieutenant?
He was promoted lieutenant.
Okay, and did he remain the traffic unit supervisor holding the rank of lieutenant?
No, he was moved back to patrol.
And what patrol shift did he go to?
He went to days for a period of time, because we were approaching the bid year. So he went to days and did both jobs, traffic supervisor and day shift supervisor. And then ultimately, when the bids came out in February, he moved to midnights.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Chief Rossi about who should take Lieutenant Glacier's position once he retired?
Yes.
And do you have any idea when that conversation took place?
Probably just previous to the special order coming out, moving Bill Sanchez to that position.
So tell me about that conversation. What was the discussion with Chief Rossi?
The discussion was at the command meeting. We had talked about the position because, like I said, Phil Glacier's retirement was abrupt. We didn't expect it. We had some movement going on at the time, and the discussion was, what were we going to do with this traffic supervisor position? Chief had asked me my opinion, and I had a question immediately about what rank is that position. The rank confused me because Phil was made a lieutenant back there, but the department flow chart said sergeant, the budget said sergeant, and the general order said sergeant. So I was confused. What is the rank? What is the rank going to be? And that rank has bounced around under previous chiefs. So that was the first question I asked Chief Rossi. Chief Rossi was adamant it's going to be a sergeant position. You know, he didn't care that it was a lieutenant under McCarthy or that Mitchell made Bill Glacier a lieutenant. He did not believe it should be a sergeant. He was a new chief, and he's going to follow the general order, the budget, and the department flow chart. So at the point we realized it was going to be a sergeant position, I made the recommendation for Bill Sanchez. I think that Bill was the best fit for that position. Bill was basically handpicked for that position, and I based that decision not on race, not on union affiliation, but Bill had previously occupied that position as a traffic officer. He got promoted to sergeant. He went to the afternoon shift. I got regular reports from Lieutenant Stetner about the sergeants on afternoon shift because we hired every sergeant off a list, and a lot of them were young. There was nothing negative in Bill's evaluations, no negative reports from Lieutenant Stetner. Bill was a traffic reconstructionist in that position, and in my opinion, that position was handpicked for Bill. If Bill didn't want it, we put out for it, but to put out for that position with Bill's qualifications and Bill's capabilities would have been a travesty.
So so this occurred sometime in 2023?
Sounds right.
Okay, so, well, Chief Rossi was a chief, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so prior to recommending Bill Sanchez for that traffic unit supervisor position, had there been any issues between you and Bill Sanchez?
We had a issue in 2019 with an internal review that was investigated by Chief Tim McCarthy.
So let me, that internal review, did it relate to a complaint from Bill Sanchez?
Yes.
And at the time, what position did you hold?
Patrol Division Commander, Commander of Patrol.
Okay. Was the traffic unit under your supervision as patrol division commander?
Yes, it was under me.
Okay. So were you involved in scheduling for the traffic unit supervisor?
So I did the scheduling for the traffic unit only as it impacted the patrol schedules. The traffic unit has its own supervisor. So at that time, I scheduled about 86 people monthly, and there were always holes in the patrol schedule as far as like injuries or training or military, pregnancies. There was always something. We never seemed to be at full strength. So when I would do the patrol schedule, I would take the traffic officers and then move them onto days or afternoons to fill those vacancies. Once that was done, I'd tell the traffic supervisor, the schedule is yours, go ahead and do your schedule. Some of the supervisors like to do it on paper and ask me to populate it until they got familiar with how to do the shift roster scheduling. But the only impact I had on the traffic scheduling was I did the special duty days, special duty afternoons, and one time I sent a traffic officer to midnights, and I still regret that decision, so.
Did Bill Sanchez ask for any particular shift that worked within his family schedule?
When I first made PDC, Bill had approached me in my office, said if there are any opportunities to go to afternoon shift, just to move him. He said he liked to work afternoons. It worked with his family schedule. So that's what I did. If there were SDAs available and Bill was there, I'd move him to the afternoon shift.
At some point in time, did Mr. Sanchez complain that you were treating him unfairly?
He came in on one occasion, asked me why I put him on an SDA and I didn't move Mark Ken. I explained to him I thought you wanted the afternoon shifts. I go, I can move Mark, it's not a big deal. Bill said, let me think about it. He left, he came back the next day and said, it's fine. It didn't matter to me who worked that shift in patrol. Somebody from traffic was going to patrol. It didn't matter if it was Bill, if it was Mark, if it was Brandon Eppolito at the time. Someone was gonna fill that hole. I was just doing what was requested of me at the time.
Did you try to accommodate people's requests?
As best as I could. You know, the patrol takes precedent over everything, takes precedent over traffic at all times. So if we needed somebody to work the street, it was coming out of traffic. Patrol needed to be filled before you had a traffic officer.
Okay. And what does patrol do versus traffic? What's the distinction?
Well, patrol is 24 hours a day. There's 3 teams, team 1, 2, and 3, and they're responsible for handling the calls for service, patrolling, protecting the town. Traffic is a specialized unit, highly effective specialized unit, has a great impact on traffic safety, and traffic safety is very important to us, but unfortunately patrol has to come first before you go fill in the traffic unit.
Did you intentionally give Mr. Sanchez dates or schedules that he didn't want?
No,
Did you intentionally schedule him to dates, working days that you thought would negatively affect him or his family?
no,
Did you schedule him at any time because of his national origin?
no.
Was an investigation conducted with respect to that complaint about the scheduling?
When Traffic Officer Sanchez made the complaint to Chief McCarthy did an investigation about alleged harassment over scheduling, the selection of an FTO, the traffic officers not being allowed to maintain the specialty position of street ETs. Yeah, evidence technician, ET stands for evidence technician, I'm sorry. The complaint was multifaceted.
Okay. And tell me what the FTO issue was.
So FTO stands for Field Training Officer. They're the ones that train our patrol officers. And we had, as the PDC, Patrol Division Commander, I did not select FTOs, just like I don't select ETs. Each specialty assignment has its own supervisor. They maintain their people. At the time, it was Lieutenant Andy Bobolak. All I did was the scheduling. So I used to have a brown manila folder on my desk, and when the training classes came up for FTO, I went to that folder and I pulled out the piece of paper Andy had given me because they rank people, who's next to go. At the time, there were 2 officers on the list, Officer Kevin Ketchings and Officer Dennis Luber. And I went to Andy and said, all right, we got the 2 slots for Sokolov. Sokolov's what we use. And I'm gonna put these 2 people in. Andy said, no, they're not ready to go. I'm like, well, they're on the list, Andy. He goes, well, we just ranked people. He goes, we just ranked the applicants. He goes, I didn't do an updated list. We were in a jam because we're posting the schedule for our staff, and in the same respect, we have these 2 vacancies for FTO. Mark Ken was fresh in my mind because he was always in my office saying he would like to train people in traffic. I met with Lieutenant Bobolak, addressed the issue of what do you think about Mark, and even Andy said, well, Mark's been in here before saying he wants to be an FTO. We thought about doing a hybrid one where we could turn him on and off as needed, 30 days if necessary. And I took it to the command table with Chief McCarthy. I presented the idea. Chief McCarthy signed off on the idea. I put Mark in the training class. We canceled the 2nd slot. Briefed Andy that we were sending Mark Ken. And unfortunately, that was part of the complaint, and that position was rescinded.
Step back for a second. At the time, was Mr. Sanchez in the union?
Bill would have been in MAP.
I'm sorry.
Chapter 159.
Did he hold an officer's position? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Okay. Why was he complaining about sending one of his fellow officers to a training class to improve themselves?
Bill thought as a senior officer, he should have been sent to the position. And I explained to him that he never even crossed my mind, Mark was fresh in my mind because he was in my office saying it's something he wanted to do. And when I talked to Lieutenant Bobolak, he said the same thing. In hindsight, I guess we could have sent both of them, but at the time, we sent Mark and we canceled the other slot.
Can you clarify one thing for me? Yeah, I got a little confused. Is the FTO, is that a full-time position or is that,
So the FTO is a specialty position. You're still a patrol officer or a traffic officer, but you hold the position of field training officer. And a field training officer gets a monthly stipend on their paycheck for that specialty. Just like a street ET. A street ET you're a patrol officer, but you hold a specialty of street ET and you get a stipend on your check for that position.
but if you're an FTO, you're not doing FTO 40 hours a week. You just do it as necessary, right?
So if you're an FTO in patrol, you get paid every month, whether you have a recruit or not. But as far as doing the FTO duties, you would only do them when you have a recruit in the car.
Okay.
The idea we had with Mark was to create a hybrid program. As a specialty officer, we could put a recruit in there for 30 days, activate them, and then deactivate them. You know, it's just a little bit, it's a personal action form piece of paperwork we have to do. But that was our idea at the time.
Thank you.
And so the FTO, holding that specialty gets you a stipend on a monthly basis, even if you don't have a recruit?
Yes.
So Mr. Sanchez wanted to be an FTO to get the stipend?
The money was never addressed. In the conversation I had with Bill at the time, we never talked about the stipend. He was just basically claiming that he should have been asked as the senior officer. I don't think we ever talked about the financial portion of the position.
Okay, and is the fact that Mr. Sanchez was not asked to be the FTO, did that have anything to do with his national origin?
No.
Ultimately, based on the complaint, did Mr. Kent, was it Sergeant Kent? Or
Sergeant Ken now,
Sergeant
at the
Ken.
time of the Officer Ken.
was Officer Kent pulled out of the FTO program?
Yes, Chief McCarthy rescinded his earlier direction to send him to the class, told me to remove him. I removed him from the class and assigned him back to his traffic.
Okay, so Officer Ken didn't get the FTO opportunity as a result of the complaint, and did Mr. Sanchez get the FTO opportunity as a result of his complaint?
No, we had no applicants. As I said earlier, off Andy's list, both classes went unfilled. We canceled them and we didn't send anybody.
Did Mr. Sanchez ever put in an application to be an FTO after that?
No, the opportunity didn't present itself.
Okay.
At the time, Chief McCarthy said we will not be putting anybody from traffic into the FTO program, so Bill would not have had an opportunity to put in an application.
Oh, so that whole hybrid idea was then
Canceled, yes,
canceled?
yes. Chief McCarthy in his investigation said it was a bad idea, misallocation of resources, and he rescinded his earlier decision to send somebody from traffic.
Okay. So then, and I think the other, issue was the specialty assignment of evidence technician.
Correct.
Okay, what was Mr. Sanchez's complaint about being an evidence technician?
Bill had approached me as I was the patrol division commander, requesting that all the traffic officers be allowed to be street evidence technicians. He thought it was a good idea that they be allowed to, on accident scenes where they're doing the reconstruction, also collect and process evidence. I had taken his suggestion to Chief McCarthy, who turned it down. The reasoning at the time was not something we wanted to do. We felt that when you're on an accident scene at 2, 3 in the morning, reconstruction and accident scene, that we had ETs in patrol that can handle that function of gathering evidence and let the traffic officers do their traffic reconstruction. And also, although not a paid stipended position, traffic is a specialty, and the chief wanted to spread around the specialties and let the patrolmen have a specialty as well. So that was not something Chief McCarthy or the command table at the time would sign off on.
Okay. So did Mr. Sanchez ever put in to be an evidence technician after that?
The opportunity didn't present itself.
Is there a stipend associated with the evidence technician?
There is, just like FTO, yes, it's a monthly stipend.
Okay, and do you get that monthly stipend whether or not you perform evidence technician duties?
Yes.
In all of these issues, you state that you went back to the chief to talk to him about Mr. Sanchez's requests. Why did you do that?
He's the chief of police. There's certain things I could do as a patrol division commander, but he is ultimately the chief of the police. I have to run it by the chief before I make some operational decisions.
And did you ever, did you make any of those decisions with respect to FTO or ET or scheduling, I mean, without talking to the chief?
No,
When you went back to people to tell them, you know, what the decision was, did you say, Chief, that the decision came from Chief McCarthy, or did you do something else?
no, I explained the reasoning behind it and I took ownership of the chief's decision. It's my division, I'm the patrol division commander. I operate through the chief, but I'm not gonna go back and tell people this is per the chief. If he tells me to do something, gives me direction, I'm gonna go back, I'll explain to the officer who the affected party is, but ultimately it's my decision at that point.
Well, but why take ownership of it? Why not put the ownership on the chief or somebody else so that you don't have to take the heat?
I'm the commander of patrol at that time. That's my job. My job is to protect the chief, implement operational decisions at his, request. That's my role. If I'm gonna go back and point everything back to the chief of police, what is my position there? I'm a mouthpiece for the chief of police. I am working at the direction of the chief of police. Protect the chief at all times.
Did you ever disagree with him?
I've had several disagreements with my chiefs over my years, yes.
And do you voice those disagreements in public?
No, I've always felt that Chief McCarthy, Chief Mitchell, Chief Rossi, the command table is where you're allowed to give your opinions. And I've given my opinions, and some things they've signed off on, and other things they have not signed off on. Sometimes they threw a coffee pot at me. It happens at the command meeting. But once a decision's made at that table, that's it. It's the decision of the chief, and you take that back, and it's your decision. You're the commander of patrol. I was a commander of about 86 people. I'm not gonna go back and say the chief said this, the deputy chief said this. I own it. I'm the commander.
Thank you. Ultimately, were you informed of the conclusions of that investigation?
I was.
And what were you told about that investigation?
I was told that I was cleared, that Chief McCarthy had reviewed the schedules. He had met with Bill Sanchez. There was no discrepancies in how I scheduled the SDDs or SDAs. Brandon Eppolito actually had more. Brandon Eppolito, I point out, is a Caucasian officer, had more afternoon shifts than Bill Sanchez. At the time McCarthy told me that I was cleared, I requested discipline due to the fact that Bill in the investigation said that he never requested afternoon shifts.
He's talking about what he said.
I think you can go ahead and continue with the testimony.
You believe you were saying something about requesting discipline?
Well, I requested discipline because Bill had denied that he requested afternoon shifts. He told McCarthy he never said that. In the investigation, because McCarthy briefed me on the investigation.
Now he's testifying to what Bill Sanchez told Chief McCarthy.
The report's in the record.
What?
The investigation report's in the record.
Yeah, I think so too. It is. I've read the whole thing. You can go ahead and continue.
He had claimed that he never made the conversation with me that he requested the afternoon shifts. And McCarthy in the investigation went back and contacted retired traffic supervisor Tim McCormick. Tim McCormick made the same claim that I did, that Bill requested afternoon shifts based on the schedule of his wife, who's a police officer also. He contacted retired Commander Tom Hottinger, who gave the same response as well. Current Sergeant Ford, who was doing the traffic scheduling at the time, said the same thing. It was difficult for me because I did exactly what Bill wanted me to do, what he requested me to do. And next thing I know, I'm subject to an internal review. And it was basically told, you won, there's gonna be no discipline on this, take one for the team, and just be wary of the fact that in the investigation, he says he has problems with you. And that's what I did. I did what my chief wanted me to do, and I moved on.
Do you recall whether or not during that 2019 complaint that whether Mr. Sanchez also claimed that you made any decisions based upon his national origin?
In the complaint, so I got an email from Bill at the time requesting a meeting with Chief McCarthy, and I had talked to Chief McCarthy about it, and he said have him see Deputy Chief Mitchell. And then that was rescinded to have him go see Chief McCarthy. And in that email, he had put in there that it was an EEOC violation, which would lead me to believe that he thought it was race-related. Bill had never said it's race-related, or there were no race comments, you know, in the investigation or related to me, but the word EEOC was in there, which would lead me to believe that he thought there may have been some discrimination.
So as a result of that 2019 investigation, there was no discipline issued to Mr. Sanchez?
Correct.
So how'd you feel about Mr. Sanchez after that?
Originally, I was very angry. I'm not gonna lie to you, because there were no issues with Bill and I. As far as I felt, there were no issues. There were no disciplinary matters or anything else. And then I have this complaint against me that it's proven that what I did is what he requested. So as you can imagine, I'm very angry, kind of hurt, to be honest with you, because I didn't intentionally go out to hurt Bill Sanchez in any way. I'm just trying to do schedules. And if anybody's ever been the patrollers or commander at the Orland Park Police Department, good luck doing the schedules, because they are an absolute nightmare with all this stuff going on. But I have difficulty trusting Bill Sanchez. My entire career, I'm very professional with Bill, in my opinion. But my entire career, I've waited him to come back at me again. Because if you're gonna do it to me once, you're gonna do it again. And I've been very professional with him. And now on my last day of employment, I'm sitting here testifying in arbitration against Bill Sanchez. So that, coupled with McCarthy telling me to be leery, he doesn't like you, I was leery of Bill Sanchez. I don't.
Okay, I heard the objection, but I'm waiting for what it's worth.
So Mr. Sanchez makes this false complaint against you in 2019. Why did you recommend him for the traffic unit supervisor's position?
I think I already answered that. Chief Rossi was adamant it was going to be a sergeant position. My personal feelings with Bill Sanchez will not impact his positions or what he gets here. I found Bill to be a highly competent and credible traffic officer. I've been out on reconstruction, so I know nothing about reconstruction. I still balance my checkbook with a calculator and a pen. I don't know, math is my worst subject. I've watched Bill do reconstructions. At the time, the drawing table was by the copy machine. I've seen them all working on traffic reconstructions. As I said, we hired everybody off a sergeant's list. We had so many young supervisors coming out, and they were all in afternoons, and Lieutenant Stetner gave them glowing recommendations. I saw how he interacted with the younger staff. He interacted with the younger staff better than I could, you know. He was the person for that job. He was. He had all the capabilities, and I had no issues putting my name behind that by telling Chief Rossi that Bill Sanchez is the guy. If you ask me right now, if the position was opened up, I'd still recommend Bill Sanchez, because at the time he had the best capabilities. It was tailor-picked for Bill, and to put out for it with his specialties and his knowledge and his abilities, it would have been a farce, a sham, because that's who we wanted. We wanted Bill Sanchez. And you're gonna interview all these sergeants for the position that have no knowledge of traffic, no knowledge of traffic reconstruction. And before Phil, we've never had a supervisor in there that was a traffic reconstructionist. It's a hard course. I remember talking to Bill when he went through the course, and he went through with his wife, and how hard it was. It was handpicked for Bill, and I still stand behind that decision.
Did Chief Rossi bring this issue up with respect to who should be the traffic unit's supervisor in any command staff meetings?
Yes, yes.
Was that done before or after the discussion with Sanchez about being the traffic unit supervisor?
Before. He brought it up to the command table that what the plan was, is there any objections? And there were no objections. Everybody recommended Bill Sanchez.
Okay. And I think you said that it's in the org chart that it's a supervisory, that's a sergeant's position, is that?
Yes.
Is that true? Okay. think it's Exhibit 23, there's a colored, I just want you to identify for the record that, I think there's an org chart in the material. Oh, right in front of you. Could you, I think that's Exhibit 23, is that correct?
Yes,
Yes.
joint exhibit 23.
Could you just identify for the arbitrator what that document is?
This is our department flow chart. This is the flow chart we put in the annual report every year. It's a more condensed version of the flow chart.
And on the flow chart, does it identify the traffic unit supervisor as a sergeant's position?
Yes.
And you referenced a budget. What's the department budget?
So the department budget is basically how much money we have and what we can spend. If we overspend, the village manager comes after us, and we're afraid of him sometimes. So we don't want to overspend our budgets at any time. But the personnel is budget as well. How many patrolmen we have, how many sergeants we have, how many lieutenants and commanders. So that's what we have available.
Okay. And do you have to tell the village manager whether you're going to have a certain number of sergeants, a certain number of patrol officers, or does the village manager tell you?
Well, the budget's what gives us the permission to fill positions and hire positions. If we want to make a change, I'm going to assume the chief would have to go to the village manager to get approval for that, because if it's a sergeant position, you can't just make it a lieutenant. I think you would need the permission of the village manager.
Okay. And then I think there's a general order, I think, that relates to the traffic unit supervisor as well,
Yes.
correct? Yeah, and I think that, can you just, this is the record, I think it's exhibit, either village exhibit 3 or 4 in the big book. No, village exhibit 3 or 4. It's a number 3 after the report. And I just want you to identify for the record which one is describes the rank of the traffic unit supervisor.
3 in this book looks like Citizen Complaint Administration, and 4 is Rules and Regulations. Is it a different one? Is it maybe 2?
Oh, you might have been right. Maybe it was in the Jimmy Lee report. I'm sorry, if you look at exhibit number 1.
Got it.
And I think it would be. Look at around 692 on the Sanchez Orland place numbers.
Got it.
I believe that's exhibit 18, starts on Bates page 692 of village exhibit number 1. And would you identify for the arbitrator what that document is?
So this is our general order, Orland Park Police Department General Order 11-1 for the organizational structure.
So what's the point we're trying to make on this one?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Does the general order provide what rank the traffic unit supervisor is?
Sergeant.
Okay.
Can you point that out to where that is?
It's under Patrol Division.
If you can refer to the Bates page number on the
Oh, I'm
bottom.
sorry, so page 700. Then on page 700, there's a bullet point for 3, which is the patrol division.
Okay,
And if you go all the way to the bottom line, it starts talking about the specialties and everything, and it states, finally, the traffic safety unit and crossing guard unit are supervised by a sergeant who reports to the division commander.
that's what I want to see. Thank you very much. So I have the question. So I have the org chart. Thank you for presenting that to me last time. That's very clear. Got that one. And then I've got this general order you just showed me on page 700, but you also talked about the budget. Now, I'm really good at reading budgets. Is there a budget document here you want me to look at? I mean, I'd be happy to look at that if you think that's something that would be relevant for me to look at.
Does the, I think the budget's on the village website.
It is available, but I don't know if that year's is available when this would have happened. I don't know if that year's will be available. You have to look.
Okay, does the budget identify by line item the positions? Well, wait a minute, oh, it does, okay, so it would identify if you would like to see that, we can get that for you.
I think that'd be a good thing for me to see.
So that would be the budget for either 2022 or 2023?
Yes. Or even the current one, which currently reflecting the position as a sergeant.
Who currently holds that position?
Sergeant Mark Kent.
Does he like the position? Has he told you whether he likes it or not?
He loves the position.
While we're in this exhibit number 1, can you flip back to pages 662? I think that would be exhibit number 16 in the Village Exhibit 1. Do you see those?
Yes.
Can you just generally describe for me what these documents are?
So page 662 is an order of suspension issued by Chief McCarthy.
So would it be fair to say that pages 662 through 669 are disciplinary documents?
Yes.
How do you know they're disciplinary documents?
Well, first off, they state what they are. One says order of suspension, one states order and reprimand. So it's basically stating what the document is. And then the verbiage is there of what you violated, what type of discipline you're taking, that you're taking receipt of that when you sign for it, and then it's dated by your commander
Okay,
or your
thank you.
supervisor.
Thank you. Okay, when you were the patrol division commander, were you allowed to take vacations?
Yes, I got 5 weeks, with my tenure in the department, I had 5 weeks vacation a year.
And at some point in time, was there anyone appointed as the acting patrol division commander when you were gone on vacation?
Yeah, there needed to be somebody there as a point of contact for the chief and deputy chiefs, yes. So when I went on vacation, somebody needed to occupy that role.
Okay. The acting patrol division commander, APDC, right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I've heard that before, but it's basically just the point of contact.
Okay. So my question to you is, did you get extra, when you designated someone as a point of contact when the patrol division commander was gone, was there extra pay associated with it?
No,
Was it sort of I don't know, educational grounds for promotion for the person that acted as the point of contact?
no,
Was there any benefit to being the point of contact for the patrol division commander?
you would get a take-home car during the time frame you were the acting patrol division commander.
Okay, so aside from the take-home car, was there any other any financial benefit?
No,
Was there any advancement benefit?
no,
So as the patrol division commander, do you have a limited number of hours that you work in a day?
No, you work your 40 hours a week. That's
Okay.
what I work now.
Did you ever get calls outside of 40 hours a week?
Yes.
Okay. And that point of, so why have someone be the point of contact when you're on vacation?
Just for somebody has availability from the chief and the deputy chief. When the chief and the deputy chief needed something done, copies of reports, anything, they would contact that point of contact to get it done. If the chief or deputy chief needed something disseminated, they would contact that person to disseminate it to the shifts.
Okay. Does that person have any authority over others in the department?
No. There's no honorary rank or title. You're not an honorary commander. You know, if you're a sergeant in that rank, you're a sergeant. If you're a lieutenant, you're a lieutenant. There's no honorary rank.
Okay. When you were promoted to deputy chief, who took the position of patrol division commander?
Commander Wayne Lee.
What position did he hold before patrol division commander?
Investigations lieutenant.
Had he been a patrol supervisor prior to being appointed patrol division commander?
For a short period of time, yes.
Is the commander of investigations and the patrol division commander, do they do kind of the same thing?
They both hold the rank of commander. Their operational duties are totally different.
Explain to me how their operational duties are totally different.
Commander of patrol, his division is 24/7, 3 distinct shifts, the traffic unit. Investigations commander, he oversees maybe 10 or 11 detectives, 4 or 5 true officers, community relations. But his is more by the very nature of the position, investigations commander, they are all investigatory functions.
And operationally, are the incidents or issues that the patrol division commander has to respond to different from what the investigations commander has to?
They are.
Can you give me some examples?
Patrol division commander, like I said, I've gone out on fatal car accidents, gone out on critical incidents, barricade subject in a house, stuff like that. The investigations commander, he's coming out when there's a high priority crime. There's a homicide, there's a murder, there's a child abduction, there's a sexual assault. You're going to get the investigations personnel to come out for that. Patrol will come out and maintain, but they will make that phone call to the on-call detective or on-call detective commander that, hey, listen, this is what we got. We need some people out here. Investigations will come out at that point then and take over that operation. Patrol will be maintaining, but investigations is now doing the legwork and investigating that crime.
Does the investigation commander get involved with internal investigations also?
He can, yes.
Okay.
And when you were the patrol division commander, who did you appoint to be your point of contact?
I tried to get a lieutenant to fill in for me. A lot of lieutenants would balk because they work a 6-3 schedule. I'm on a 5-2 schedule. When I say 6-3, they work 6 days in a row and have 3 days off. I'm on a 5-2. I work Monday through Friday, off Saturdays and Sundays. So to get the lieutenant to fill in for me, number one, I have to change their days on and off rotation, which was not favorable to them. They also got my phone, which was not favorable to them because the patrol division phone can ring 24 hours a day. That is one delineation between patrol division commander and investigations commander. When you're the patrol division commander, you don't have secondary supervisors under you. You have the shift lieutenants, one on midnights, one on afternoons, one on days. In investigations, you work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. You have a lieutenant under you that works Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. You have a sergeant under you that works Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. That's one of the biggest delineations between commander of patrol and commander investigations. So to answer your question, I tried a lot of times to get the lieutenants, and if they couldn't do it, I would move Sergeant Phil Glacier in to fill in for me.
And why did you want a lieutenant versus a sergeant?
Just for the rank structure, just in case someone got called out. You know, in patrol, the highest, outside the patrol division commander at the time, that lieutenant rank is the highest rank. So if they had to go out and give orders there would be no chain of command issues because they are a lieutenant.
And is it fair to say that you understood that based upon that 2010 incident with the dispatcher?
Yes.
When, at some point in time, Wayne Lee was made the commander, patrol division commander. Do you know who was his point of contact for that role when he was out of the office?
So his point of contact when he got promoted was Lieutenant Phil Glacier. And when he got promoted, I told him he needed to coordinate all his vacation with Lieutenant Phil Glacier. And I'll take ownership for that decision because when Phil retired and the position reverted to a sergeant, he put Bill in charge. And he didn't understand, I think, at that point that it needs to go by permission of the chief of police about who's going to be in that position. And I will take ownership for that decision because I never clarified my instruction when Phil retired.
Well, I know, why did you need to clarify that instruction? Why didn't Commander Lee understand that a lieutenant needed to give orders to sergeants and patrol officers?
I don't want to testify to Wayne's thoughts, but I think Wayne was just in the position that I was at that time as patrol commander, is that you want to go on vacation. The lieutenants are not available, so you would go to the sergeant. But I don't think he understood the ramifications of that. I do feel at a certain extent that he thought it was going to be the traffic supervisor, and I have to take ownership for that because I did not clarify that when the position went back down to sergeant.
Okay. So he appointed Bill Sanchez to be the acting patrol division, well, to be his point of contact.
Correct.
Is there something called acting patrol division commander
No, it doesn't
position?
exist. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
When Sergeant Glacier would fill in for me as the point of contact for me, when he became lieutenant, it was easy. He's a lieutenant. But when he was sergeant, I would take no vacation around scheduling. I would take no vacation around payroll. I would clear my week of any meetings. I just needed, because they have their own duties and responsibilities, and that's a hard position as well. I would leave them nothing to do that had to do with my job. All I wanted from him was basically to call me if he needed something, which he did, or make nice piles on my desk when I came back so I can go through everything orderly, so.
Okay. And I don't think I asked you this. Who's considered the command staff at Orland Park?
The command staff is the chief of police, of course, the deputy chief, the commander of patrol, commander of admin technical services, commander of investigations, and then the TDR position. That position is a lieutenant ultimately right now.
Okay.
TDR is training development and review.
Training, development, and review?
Yes,
And do you all have command staff meetings?
yes.
Okay, and when Commander Lee was gone, did Bill Sanchez attend command staff meetings?
I remember one time he was in the command staff meeting, yes,
Why was he there?
because Commander Lee was gone and he appointed him to be the point of contact, so he came up.
Okay, do you remember anything that occurred during that command staff meeting?
Yeah, so during that command staff meeting, Bill had presented a fake GoFundMe page. Well, let me rephrase that. It was a real GoFundMe page that was purported to be for Deputy Chief Mitchell that someone had taken a screenshot of. It was a fraudulent page, and he proceeded to show everybody at the command table this fake GoFundMe page for retired Chief of Police Joe Mitchell.
Why?
Thought it was humorous, I'm going to assume.
Was Chief Rossi at that meeting?
Yes.
And was Chief Rossi happy that this fake or GoFundMe page was shown?
No.
Do you have any,
Did Chief Rossi express to you how he
Yeah.
felt about that?
Chief Rossi and I met after the command staff meeting regarding the fake GoFundMe page. We met about it, and I was concerned about it. I was concerned about who Bill said he got the fake GoFundMe page from, and Chief Rossi concurred with my thoughts.
Okay, so who did he get the GoFundMe, the fake GoFundMe page from?
Retired Police Sergeant Ken Kovac.
That's a good question. How do you know that?
did,
Sergeant Sanchez told us he got it from retired Police Sergeant Ken Kovac.
Okay.
Ray, it's in his interrogation transcript. Who's Ken Kovac?
Ken Kovac is a retired police sergeant. He retired from the police department to take a position at Orland Square Mall as the head of security. Ken Kovac has an unhealthy fascination with me, and I currently have a criminal matter with him pending at the Bridgeview Courthouse.
And can you just briefly tell me what that criminal matter is?
During this investigation, I had been subject to some other harassment. I had a fake I had a glitter bomb mailed me at the police department. We disposed of that before it could explode. I had a phone call from the suicide prevention hotline to my desk line, returning my phone call from my desk line. Still don't know how that happened. And then I was subject to 2 fake Facebook postings representing themselves as me, photos of me, which subsequently were posting things on village websites, which, as everybody knows, is a violation of our general order. We have a social media general order, and when I found out about it, I immediately notified the mayor, my chief of police, the head of HR, before I was subject to an internal review for violating our social media policy.
And at some point in time, was a criminal investigation conducted with respect to those Facebook posts?
So when it was going on, I live in Orland Park. I'm a resident of Orland Park, so the Orland Park Police Department is my police department. So I met with Chief Rossi, requested to be able to file an investigation with the police department. I requested to bypass the initial patrol officer and go right to an investigator because it was basically confidential, embarrassing. So I was allowed to meet with Investigator Kine, outline what had occurred, and yes, an investigation was conducted and probable cause was developed to charge and arrest Ken Kovac.
And that's currently pending, correct?
Yes.
As a result of Mr. Sanchez's showing this GoFundMe page at the command staff meeting, was there any sort of decision made with respect to Mr. Sanchez attending those meetings?
Not immediately. Commander Lee, as I said, was off, and that's why Bill was at the meeting. When Wayne returned, we discussed it with Wayne. Wayne had also brought up the fact that in his absence, the lieutenant, specifically Bill Fitzgibbons, was complaining about Bill as a sergeant being in charge. Bill felt the lieutenant should be in charge. So we had 2 issues going on. Number one, the immaturity of the fake GoFundMe page, and now we had an issue with the lieutenants complaining about a sergeant being in charge. So direction was given that Bill was not to come up to the meetings anymore. He wasn't a lieutenant.
Okay. And who was that direction given to?
Commander Lee.
What is the expectation when direction is given to Commander Lee with respect to Bill's attending that meeting?
Wayne should take ownership of it. Go back to Bill and say, you're not allowed in the meeting at this point because you're not a lieutenant. There were concerns. There were concerns about A, the lieutenants want a lieutenant in charge, and B, your conduct with the fake GoFundMe page.
And do you know whether or not Commander Lee ever actually followed that order or direction?
I don't know.
Was the decision made to, that Bill Sanchez didn't attend the command staff meetings, did that have anything to do with his national origin?
No.
Did it have anything to do with his position, I don't know, did he hold in, I think this was December of '22, prior to January of '23, did Bill Sanchez hold any sort of position with the union?
I believe Bill would have been the union president at the time.
So did the decision to remove him or have him not attend those command staff meetings, did anything to do with his position in the union?
No. The chief and I had discussed what happened with the concerns from the lieutenants, also the fake GoFundMe page. We agreed that he shouldn't come up not being a lieutenant. Chief gave that direction at the next command staff meeting.
And who was the point of contact after that direction was given for Wayne Lee?
Well, I think it might have been Bill Fitzgibbon, I think was the first lieutenant to fill in after Bill was no longer allowed to fill in.
It was, what, is it fair to, was it a lieutenant
It
thereafter?
was a lieutenant, yes.
Okay.
But I do believe it, I think it was Bill.
Okay.
Not Bill Sanchez, Bill Fitzgibbon.
Okay. After you were promoted to the position of, it's a position of deputy chief or rank of deputy chief? It's position, correct?
It's position, because my rank is technically a sergeant.
Okay. After you were appointed to the position of deputy chief, did you have any issue or discussion with Carrie Kelly Valen with respect to grooming or appearance standard for one of the officers?
I did. Chief Rossi had entered my office, asked me to pull up the lockup cameras. Our whole building's got cameras everywhere. Asked me to pull up the lockup cameras. I did so. He indicated to me that he saw Jordan Legree, who's one of our patrol officers, on his screen in the lockup with a prisoner talking on his cell phone with his sleeves rolled up. Chief told me he wanted it addressed. I called Carrie, Sergeant Kelly Valen.
Why'd you call her?
She was the supervisor, senior
Okay.
supervisor. So I called her, said, Carrie, I need you to go on the lockup. Jordan Legree's in the lockup. He's got a prisoner on the bench. He's not watching the prisoner. I need him to roll out his sleeves also.
Okay. And what did she say?
Okay.
And was there any issue with that?
With that order? No. It was an order from the chief to me, and I gave the order down the chain to Sergeant Kelly Valen.
So when you talked to Sergeant Kelly Valen, did you say, Chief Rossi told me to tell you that you need to go do this?
No, as I said earlier, that's not the way you're supposed to do things. Once the chief gives me the order, I own the order. Protect the chief at all times.
At some point, Chief went to FBI National Academy, I think it was January of '23. Was there anything out of the ordinary that occurred while he was gone?
No, while the chief was gone, Commander Lee was also at staff and command, so he was gone 2 weeks and back 2 weeks. We were busy, you know, there were a lot going on with him being gone and Commander Lee being gone, but we have excellent personnel, we're an excellent department, everybody stepped it up and did their jobs, and it was, in my opinion, seamless. Chief returned and nothing occurred.
While the chief was gone, was there a vacancy for the executive administrative, or one of the administrative assistance positions with the command? And is there a command area?
Yeah.
In the office? Okay.
It's part of administration. We have two secretaries. Tina Netzel, she is the secretary for the chief and I. And right now, at the time, the person that departed was Stacy Rafferty. Right now, it's Jamie Fahey. She is the secretary for the commander of admin and the TDR position.
Okay, so the TDR position, commander of admin, has an assistant by the name of Jamie Fahey?
Right now, Jamie Fahey occupies that position. The person that vacated it was Stacy Rafferty.
Okay.
She was the lady that announced her retirement while the chief was still here, but it was within the time frame of him departing for the NA.
Okay, so how did you go about selecting, well, first of all, were you involved in selecting who would replace Stacy Rafferty?
No,
Okay, do you know how that decision was made as to who would replace Stacy Rafferty?
the chief and I, prior to his departure, discussed about building a committee, and we decided the best interviewers for that position, that vacancy, were Tina Netzel, because she was going to work side by side with that person. the commander of administration, since that was his secretary, should be on the committee. And at that time, that was Steve Sutherland. He's since retired. And then Dave Zielkowski, I don't remember what his rank was at the time. He could have been a sergeant or being transitioned to lieutenant, I don't recall. But as I said, that's the TDR secretary. So that was the committee, those three people. I did not want to be on the committee. I felt it best to have the people that are involved with that position select that position.
Okay. At some point in time, was Statner a lieutenant?
Lieutenant Investigations.
Okay. At some point, did Lieutenant Statner's wife, Andrea, apply for that position?
She did.
Okay. Did she get the position?
She did not.
Were you involved in that decision in any way?
No.
Did she come to talk to you about that position?
She came up to talk to the chief, not knowing he was at the NA. We did not broadcast to the staff that the chief was leaving for the NA. It was just something we decided that I'd be the acting chief. He was going to the NA and just keep our operational going. I think people knew, but it's not something we sent an email out on. So she came up looking for the chief. He wasn't in, and she subsequently ended up in my office.
Did she say anything about the position or wanting the position?
Well, is this something she directly said to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can talk. Well, I hear hearsay evidence all the time, and I wait for what it's worth, so go ahead, you can answer them.
She just said she was very interested. Looking for the chief, he was gone, so then she ended up in my office. I told her there's going to be a committee, they'd make a selection, and we'll go from there.
Did she say anybody promised her the position?
No, her husband made that comment when he came in after she departed.
Okay, so,
Same ruling.
I'm sorry, so Lieutenant Statner came in to talk to you about that?
A short time after she departed, he came up, yes.
And what did he say about the position?
He was looking for the chief as well, and he wasn't there, so he ended up in my office and just basically said that Andrea was applying for the position. She was promised the position previously by Chief Mitchell. I explained to him that Chief Mitchell no longer works here. We're going to have a committee, and they'd make a selection. I explained who the committee was going to be. You know, he reiterated that Chief Mitchell said that, you know, once Stacy Rafferty left, she'd get the job. And Chief Mitchell doesn't work here anymore, I basically told him. And I had no problem with Andrea Stetner. She was the merge operator. That was her positioning clerk. And as the patrol division commander, I kicked back a lot of reports. So there was a lot of phone calls and conversations with her where, can you send this report back from the merge? Can you fix this or that? So she's a very good employee, you know, but I explained to her how the position was going to be filled.
Did the lieutenant's wife already work with the department, or was she from the
Yeah, so
outside?
she was, when I say merge operator, I apologize, but she was a full-time clerk.
Okay.
And her position, the clerks all have specialties, and her position was the merge. They would get the electronic reports, make sure that names and date of births didn't create duplicate jackets, make sure everything was filled out correctly, but she was a full-time employee, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant Statner was angry about his wife not getting that position?
Yes, Lieutenant Stetner was angry.
How do you know that?
I didn't hear the question or the answer on that one, sorry.
So do you know whether or not Lieutenant Statner was angry about his wife not getting the position?
Yes, Lieutenant Stetner was angry.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
So shortly after the position was filled and it was announced that Jamie Fahey got the position, I had Nora Brown, who is the Assistant Support Services Supervisor, approach me in my office stating that Rich was mumbling profanities as he would walk by her office. She was not involved in the selection procedure, but
I understand. Like I said, I hear hearsay, and if I weigh it for what it's worth.
I also had Christina Netzel, the secretary that was involved in the selection committee, come in my office stating that Rich Stetner was snubbing her, not talking to her, walking the opposite way in the hallway. I also had an experience with Lieutenant Stetner when shortly thereafter he announced his retirement, and I have known Rich Stetner for 29 years. He was hired in the group after me, and I worked patrol with Rich Stetner. I was sergeant when he was a patrolman. I've never had any issues with Rich Stetner. When I found out he was possibly retiring, I saw him in the hallway. I went up to him and I said, Rich, I'm really sorry to hear you're retiring. We've been together a long time. He looked at me in direct words, I don't think you're sincere, turned around and walked away from me. So yes, there were definite problems, not hearsay issues, but definitely problems with Lieutenant Stetner when his wife did not get that job.
At some point, I believe, did you receive a grievance with respect to that from Andrea Stetner?
So Commander Sutherland received that grievance. The grievance at step 1 goes to your commander. So that was Steve. I was looped into the grievance as the acting chief of police.
Okay. So it was filed while Chief Rossi was still gone?
Yes.
Was it ultimately resolved, or did it go to arbitration?
So I'm gonna use the word collective bargaining agreement, but I don't think that's right for the clerk position, what their agreements call, but we followed the contract as far as the selection procedure goes. It's supposed to go internally, and we followed that. We sent a response back at step 1, and it never went any further than that. We followed our policies and procedures. We followed their contract or collective bargaining agreement. I don't know what their agreement's called.
Okay.
Yvette, question. We've been going an hour and a half. I was just curious. When would be a good time to take a break? I mean, do you have a lot more for this witness, or?
No, I'm moving through it as quickly as I can, but yeah, I can take a break, sure.
I think probably after going an hour and a half, we have to take about a 15-minute break and then we'll resume. So you're still on the witness stand, so can't talk to anybody about the case. You understand that? Thank you.
Should we order some lunch so that it gets here by the time, so we can just keep going? Because I'd like to,
It's ordered already?
it's all ordered? Yep.
What time do you
you.
have the lunch coming?
All right,
Okay, so let's just we'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back and hopefully we can, if possible, if we can get through the direct by noon, fine. If not, we'll just.
no, I'd like to get through the direct by noon, if not more. I have I have Brian West, who today's his last day, my intention is to get through him, and then George Casquara, my intention is to get through him both direct and cross, because he's not available next week, so you guys had I'm willing to stay for whatever we need to do so that we can get it done,
Okay,
okay?
short break.
Was anyone else told they couldn't come back to command staff meetings?
So after an incident with Lieutenant Stetner at a command staff meeting, the chief gave direction that nobody was to come up to the command staff meetings that was not a member of command staff unless they were specifically requested to report something.
Okay, and what did, in relation to Mr. Sanchez, when did that issue with Stotner occur?
A couple weeks after.
Okay, what's Mr. Stotner's, what's his race?
Caucasian.
Did the decision to take him out have anything, take him out of attending or prohibiting from attending command staff meetings, have anything to do with his race?
No.
Why was he's not a commander, why was he there?
In similar situations to why Bill was there, Lieutenant in the future, Commander Rosinski at the time, who was the commander of investigations, was absent on vacation, I'm gonna assume. It might have been when he was in Italy. So Lieutenant Stetner was coming up to the meetings as the lieutenant acting position of investigations.
Do you know whether Lieutenant Stetner and Mr. Sanchez are friends?
Yes, they are friends.
What do you base that on?
This investigation, Mr. Sanchez states in his interrogation they are friends. They talk off duty.
I want to turn your attention back to those, that exhibit number 1, the discipline documents, for a minute, if you wouldn't mind.
What page are we on again?
Exhibit number 1, Bates page 662 to 669.
Got it, thank you very much.
I know it's, on the document, it says, what's the title of the document on page 662?
Order of suspension.
How long has the department used that format where it identifies the discipline on the top of disciplinary documents?
For as long as I can remember.
That was
So I got hired in 1994, so.
Okay. And prior to issuing that order of, that discipline, order of suspension, written reprimand, whatever it may be, is there some sort of a pre-disciplinary meeting that's held?
For an order of suspension, yes.
Okay. And when that pre-disciplinary meeting is scheduled, what's the format of that? Meaning, I mean, how is the format of the pre-disciplinary meeting communicated to the subject of the investigation?
So put myself in the position I occupied prior, Commander of Patrol. The chief would direct me to have a pre-disciplinary meeting with whoever was involved in the possible discipline, because he was considering discipline. It'd be up to 3 days in that situation because it's going quite informal. I would send an email to the affected party. Though if I was sending it myself, I'd put, Brian West would get the email. I'd CC the union head and put the verbatim of what's occurring. Officer West, you are subject to violation of General Order 26-2. Please schedule a pre-discipline hearing at your convenience. You're eligible to have a union representative with you, CC'd on this email, and then you'd send that off. Usually took a couple days because I had to coordinate their schedules with whoever their union person is, but then they would schedule a pre-disciplinary meeting with me as the patrol division commander or with commander of investigations, whatever command position that was. You'd have that pre-disciplinary meeting. You'd write a memorandum documentation to the chief of police. The pre-disciplinary meeting was a chance for them to give any mitigation for the discipline that the chief was considering for the violation of general order. You'd write that document up to the chief of police. He would review it. He'd say, okay, I'm going to go with reprimand. I'm going to go with 1, 2, or 3 day suspension. And then once you got that direction, you would create that document then and issue that.
Okay. And prior to that pre-disciplinary notice, was the individual maybe interviewed?
If it was subject to an IR, yes, they could be interviewed, yes.
Prior to that pre-disciplinary meeting, that IR, that entire report wasn't given to the police officer, correct?
No.
Okay, thank you. And What was it that Rich Stetner did that got him excluded from the command meetings?
So we had a training class at a high school in Tinley Park for basically school shooters. And it was a pretty intense class where you were being shot with simunitions by the instructors. And during the class, one of the officers, Jordan Legree, I don't know what was wrong with the rifle that was firing the simunitions, but they were shooting high, and 2 of our officers got struck in the head with the simunitions before we finally made the decision to put the rifle away till we figure out what's going on with it. As a result of that, Lieutenant Stetner, one of the people that was struck in the head was Sergeant Rich Whalen from Investigations. He occupies the same office as Lieutenant Stetner. So when Rich was at the meeting, we were discussing the simunition incident that occurred at the school, and Rich made the comment that he wanted to punch Jordan Legree, who was an officer at the time of lower rank than Rich, in the effing head. At the end of the meeting, I talked to the chief and I said, you know, you're the chief, I'm the deputy chief, and we have a lieutenant that wants to punch one of our patrolmen in the effing head. What action are we taking on this? This isn't appropriate. And the chief made the decision, that's it. Nobody else has come up to these command meetings, so.
And stepping back for a moment to the decision to put Bill Sanchez in the traffic unit supervisor position, how was that decision communicated to Mr. Sanchez?
I couldn't answer that. You'd have to ask Bill that question. I don't know how it was communicated. As far as Wayne telling me he was in charge.
No. Stepping back to when he was made the traffic unit I'm sorry if my question was ambiguous. When he was made the traffic unit supervisor, how was he told that the chief wanted him to go to that position?
No, the chief called him on the phone. Bill was not working that day.
Were you present during that telephone call?
Yes.
Did the chief tell Bill Sanchez during that call that the chief would promote him to the rank of lieutenant in that position?
No.
Did the chief tell Mr. Sanchez anything to the effect that he would promise him that he could be a lieutenant in that position? Are you stipulating that
We definitely had the chief testify, but he said he was there when the phone call was made, so you're just testifying what you heard, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can continue.
Did the chief say anything to Mr. Sanchez to the effect that he was promised to be promoted to the rank of lieutenant in the role of traffic unit supervisor?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going back to this, so. Sir, looking at these documents that are identified as Exhibit 16, Mr. Sanchez, who do these documents relate to? What officer?
William Sanchez.
Did you issue any of this discipline to Mr. Sanchez?
No. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think I ever had an opportunity to discipline Bill Sanchez.
An opportunity or a reason?
A reason.
Thank you. So, going back to that January of 23 time period, Chief came back from the FBI, or I'm sorry, the National Academy, FBI National Academy, At some point in time, was there some issue with respect to patrol?
There was.
How did you become aware that the chief had an issue with patrol?
He brought it up at the command staff meeting.
Okay, tell me about what the issue was.
There were a multitude of issues. Over the weekend, we had 5 officers call in sick. A couple days later, we had our command staff meeting. We had talked about that issue. We had talked about street coverage on one particular, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. You had 5 officers call in sick. How does that create, why is that a problem?
Staffing, you know, we had officers that were retiring, that were burning sick time, not being held accountable, counted. We had officers that were abusing sick time, calling in sick in conjunction with their days off, and there was a pattern there. It appeared at the time the commander of patrol was not addressing these issues.
Who was that?
Commander Lee.
Okay. So what did Chief Rossi, so what did he say about that situation?
Well, about that situation, he reminded the command staff that they are commanders. They need to hold their lieutenants and sergeants accountable, and that they are not to be friends with their subordinates. They need to account for their people and do their jobs, address their people, talk to their people. But that paled in comparison to the issue that really got him upset, in my opinion, and justifiably so, as the previous patrol division commander. We had a day that we had our B3 car, which was basically along the shore, let's say, of hypothetically Harlem to Orland Brook on a lunch. We had the B5 car, which would be Orland Brook to LaGrange Road on a lunch. So along the shore, we had no coverage, 2 officers on a lunch from Harlem, 151 to 159, all the way to LaGrange Road. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem because we had a 92 car that day. It was John Dargan, but John Dargan's 92 car was sitting in Lieutenant Stetner's office. So that portion of town was wide open, uncovered, and we had 3 people basically down out of service at the time. Commander Lee was questioned about it, and it turned out we found that the supervisors were not approving lunches anymore. They weren't approving personals anymore. Everything was being done versus via the MDT. When I say MDT, it's called the mobile data terminal. It's our computer in the car. They were coordinated amongst themselves. Chief had the response of, well, if they're coordinating amongst themselves, what are we doing with the supervisors? What are they supervising? Because you could not trust the employees to supervise it themselves, because in this situation, what happened? We had a complete and utter failure of coverage in the village of Orland Park that time.
So what was the consequence of that situation where there was a portion of the village that was not covered by police personnel?
The chief basically mandated that the officers start calling over the radios again, asking for their lunches, asking for their personals. The Orland Park Police Department, since I joined it in 1989, has always been big on beat coverage. And you're always going to hear this fallacy throughout the Southwest Side. Well, in Orland Park, you got to ask permission to go into the station to pee. You know, and I guess to an extent that's true, but the purpose of that reasoning or that directive is to ensure coverage. So if I'm the V3 car and I ask for a lunch at the station or a personal at the station, and it's approved by the supervisor, the supervisor knows I'm leaving my beat, and my coworkers know I'm leaving my beat. And that's an example of what failed on that day. 2 people took a lunch at the same time, and the 92 car who's supposed to cover either didn't know or didn't care and came into the station to talk to Lieutenant Stetner.
Is Lieutenant Stetner responsible for making sure there's coverage on the street?
No, he's the investigations lieutenant.
Okay, so this was Commander Lee.
Yes.
And who is immediately, who reports directly to Commander Lee?
The lieutenants and the sergeants.
Okay. And is there do you know whether this occurred, do you recall whether this occurred during the day or during the afternoon shift?
Day shift.
Okay, and who was the lieutenant on the day shift?
Lieutenant at the time was Lieutenant Bobolek. I don't know if he was working that day.
Okay. So, is there any officer safety issue associated with this?
Yes.
Can you explain to the arbitrator what the officer safety issue is?
Inherently, every beat has a design backup. So if you're in beat 3, close to Harlem Avenue, when I was a patrol officer, we used to call it the Ponderosa, because it's not surrounded by any other beat. It is on the west side, but on the east side, you have Tinley Park and Oak Forest. So when you were out there and you got in trouble and you needed somebody, you knew the beat 5 car was coming to get you or the beat 4 car was coming to get you. But in this situation, beat 3's down, beat 5's down. If something happens in that area, now the beat 4 car has to come over, or the beat 6 car is coming from out west to cover that beat. It's kind of chaos.
Okay. And And so how does that affect the officer that's there? What's the safety issue
Well, they
there?
have no backup. They're alone. Day shift, typically the minimum shift strength on day shift is 8 people. In this situation, you had 8 people in a rope car. But when you have 2 people down on lunch, that leaves you 6 cars covered, and the rope car is down as well. 6 cars covering the village of Orland Park is not optimal.
Thank you. And was this idea of calling out to letting supervisors know where officers were, was this a new concept in 2023?
No, the new concept was the not calling out for lunches, not calling out for personals and going over the MDT. It didn't occur when I was the patrol division commander. Commander Lee said he had no idea it was going on, and we don't know where it originated from. It just kind of popped up. In 26-2, it specifically states you will not go out of service without the permission of the chief of police or his designee. You will not leave your beats without the permission of the chief or his designee. Yet somehow this onus was put on the patrol officers. And the patrol officers we hire are top-notch, in my opinion. But in this situation, without the supervisor oversight of knowing what your staff are doing, they all took lunch. They all took it personal. And in that situation, like Chief Rossi said, why do we need the supervisors if the officers are going to supervise themselves? You know, we also had the issue with, I think the chief's concern was that was in the NA, things got lax. And when he was at the NA, we were busy. We had a lot going on, and he wanted everything to go back to the way it was. You know, we are a successful police department because of our rules and regulations. We're also a successful police department because we hire good and retain good people. But the chief wanted everything to go back to the way it was, get back to the, you know, the brick and mortar, how we do things, and tighten things up. And that was the direction he gave to the commanders, tighten things up.
Okay. Do you know how Commander Lee responded to that direction?
Yes, Commander Lee went back to patrol and stated it was silly. The directive the chief gave was silly.
How do you know that?
It was in Sergeant Sanchez's transcript.
So does Commander Lee report into the deputy chief?
Yes.
And so what happened when, did he enforce this rule or directive from the chief?
When the chief gave that directive to the command staff, the department exploded. And we could not figure out how the information got down misinformed. It came off that the chief was having a screaming fit, a yelling fit. That wasn't the case. The chief was very professional, very eloquent, saying, I'm back from the NA. We're going to get back to the basics and do our jobs the way we do them. But the patrol division exploded. We had a feeling the information wasn't broadcast correctly. We never knew how the information was broadcast. Now we know how the information was broadcast.
And whose job was it to broadcast that information?
Commander Lee.
Okay. So when you say now you know how that information was broadcast, are you referring to what Mr. Sanchez said in his interrogation?
Yes.
Okay. So why was it appropriate for Commander Lee to say that the direction from the chief was silly?
Absolutely not. As I've testified before, the chief's direction is final. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to like it. The command staff table is your chance to give your opinion, to try and change the course of action. Once the chief gives that order, be it Chief McCarthy, Chief Mitchell, Chief Rossi, as the commander, you own that decision. You cannot go back and say the decision was silly. You're undermining the chief, you're undermining the administration, and it shouldn't be broadcast that way.
What happens when you, oh, strike that. When you say that patrol exploded, what do you mean by that?
The morale took a serious hit, and as we found out in this investigation, they blame me for that decision.
Did you make that decision?
No,
Did you give any direction that people should be calling off when they go to lunch or going to their breaks?
no.
What, was there any other, aside from the break issue and the coverage issue, was there any other direction given by the chief?
As far as the detectives go, the detectives were authorized previously to wear a modified uniform on Fridays, which was a short sleeve polo shirt. Traditionally, they were in shirt and tie Monday through Friday, but they got lax and started wearing the polos every day. The chief was concerned because what the investigators do and possibly doing death investigations or notifications, he felt they were more professional in a shirt and tie. So he gave direction that they were to go back to shirt and ties.
Is that your idea?
No.
What other direction did he give?
Just about uniforms in general, you know, rolling down your sleeves, the beat coverage, stuff of that nature.
Was there any issue about a paddle holster?
No, the paddle holster occurred between Mr. Sanchez and I, but it's totally out of context in this report. That occurred when I was the patrol division commander and was not a directive of Chief Rossi. That was a uniform violation I saw as the patrol division commander and I addressed. That was not had anything to do with Chief Rossi.
Okay. Well, while we're on it, let's talk about that. What was the issue with the paddle holster?
So as I said earlier, when I got promoted to sergeant, I was on permanent afternoons. Myself and Sergeant Kinsella, we were the two junior supervisors at that time. And we would stay on permanent afternoons, which is basically 3 to 11, 3 in the afternoon to 11 in the evening. The other teams rotated, the day, afternoon, and midnight teams, lieutenant, 2 sergeants, rotated. I worked with all of them. The general order states the lieutenant and lieutenant alone, unless assigned to administrative duties, is authorized to wear a paddle holster.
What's the difference?
Paddle holster doesn't, you wear a duty belt because all your gear's on there. Your ASP is on there, 2 magazines are on there, your handcuffs are on there, your OC spray's on there. It's basically your utility belt. You know, as a lieutenant, you wear a paddle holster, you're not wearing any other stuff. So if you're on the scene of a call or a situation, you want to have your full gear. But the general order is clear that only lieutenants or those assigned administrative duties are allowed to wear a paddle holster. And historically in my career, that's the way it was done. That's what you saw from the other supervisors. When I became PDC, Lieutenant Seward was in charge of the afternoon shift. Sergeant Stetner was the senior supervisor. Lieutenant Seward was moved to TDR, which is Training Development Review, leaving the afternoon shift without a supervisor for 60 days. Back then, they liked to hold open positions. I don't know why they didn't fill them as quickly as we do now, but afternoons was going to operate without a supervisor. I had approached Sergeant Stetner. As I said, him and I had an excellent working relationship at that time and informed him that I needed him to step up and run afternoon shift. You know, that it's going to have no lieutenant. I explained to him that you're up for the position. It was between him and Lieutenant Dave Zielkowski. I go, I don't know which way the chief's going to go. I can't give you any more money. I can't let you use the lieutenant's office because you're not a lieutenant. I go, but I can't authorize you to wear a paddle holster because you're going to be doing administrative duties. I go, you might have to do all the evaluations for this team. He agreed. Lieutenant Stetner was acting lieutenant, I guess you could say, for 60 days. Subsequently, they made him lieutenant on afternoon shift, but I did give him special dispensation to wear a paddle holster because he was basically running the team. One evening, I saw Sergeant Sanchez wearing the paddle holster. I advised him, you're not a lieutenant, you can't be wearing that. I didn't think anything of it. A couple days later, I saw Sergeant Grimmett, Caucasian, not in full duty belt as a sergeant as well. Told him the same thing. Well, now I'm thinking, how much bigger of a problem do I have? I'm the patrol division commander. I have 3 distinct shifts. I don't see the ones on midnights. You know, I just caught this issue within a week's time with 2 of my personnel. I put out an email reminding everybody that unless you're a lieutenant or above, you are to wear the full duty belt. And that was the end of the issue. Never thought it was a problem until it's one of the complaints in this investigation.
When did that happen?
Well, I was the patrol division commander. It's ancient. So I got promoted patrol division commander in 17. So between 17 and, you know, Bill was promoted in 21, I believe. So, I mean, it's old.
Was there ever a grievance filed?
No,
Actually, let me step back. Did Mr. Sanchez ever file a grievance against you for anything? An official grievance, not a complaint.
involving Bill. I know I got one from his personnel file, some grievance for his personnel file at some point.
But that's recent, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't recall. I mean, in his position as a union head, could he have filed a grievance? I don't think there was anything involving Bill directly.
Okay. Was there a grievance filed on this paddle holster thing?
No, it was nothing. It was just in Bill's own interrogation. I sat down and said, "Hey, how's it going? How's being the 1800?" He said, fine.
Excuse me?
What, he's talking about what he said. Let me ask a better question, I can fix this. Did you have a conversation with Bill Sanchez about his wearing a paddle holster?
I did.
Could you please tell, or relate that conversation with Bill Sanchez and what you said to him and what he said back to you?
So Bill was sitting in what we call the sergeant's pit. They have 3 distinct desks. They don't have an office. Only lieutenants and above have their own offices. I noticed he was wearing a paddle holster. I sat down, asked him how everything was going. During the course of the conversation, I said, hey, I can't help but notice, but you're wearing a paddle holster. You can't wear that. You got to be in full duty belt. He goes, you want me to change right now? I said, no, it's not important. Just next shift, be in a full duty belt. And that was the end of the conversation. And I had the same conversation with Grimmett. And like I just previously said, I'm kind of wondering, as the PDC, are all my sergeants wearing these things? Am I not aware of it? And so I sent out an email just reminding everybody, this is the general order, this is the expectation, and moved on to the next issue. Because like I said, as the PDC, I had 86 people under me and just trying to address issues as they come up. But it wasn't a disciplinary issue. He wasn't written up. I would never write him up for that. It was a uniform infraction.
And what race is Grimmett?
Caucasian,
And Stetner is Caucasian?
yes.
Does Grimmett or Stetner hold any positions with the union, do you know?
Grimmett is currently the vice president of the Supervisors Union. Stetner at one point was the president of the Supervisors Union, but he stepped down, and I believe Bill took that position.
Yeah. Did Lee have problems directing the patrol officers?
I would say yes. In my opinion, I occupied that position for 5.5 years before Wayne took over, and it seemed like Wayne gave no direction. Wayne wanted to be everybody's friend.
And did you have issues with the reports or any of the work that was coming out of patrol under Commander Lee?
Yeah, it became apparent at the end that Commander Lee wasn't even reviewing the reports. He was just initially signing off on them and bringing them to me. The only reports I do in the organization is anything involving village property. As the position of the deputy chief, the reports I get from the supervisory staff. Anything involving village property, anything involving an alcohol establishment that might have to go to the mayor's office. Although I'm not a signer on the documents, Chief Rossi has me sign off and review all the response to resistance reports. The reason he wants that done is a lot of those go to litigation because that's when we're using force against somebody. And then as the deputy chief, I'm ultimately overseeing the field training officer program. So I get all the packets on the recruits, DORs of that nature.
Did you have any issues with Commander Lee's, the reports that were coming through Commander Lee for submission to the department?
Yes.
And just describe for me what kind of what the problems were?
Wrong CR numbers, wrong spellings of the people, wrong dates on the reports when the supplementals did not actually match the dates, misspellings that you could tell he didn't even read them. And the final straw for me, where I knew he was not even reading the documents, was the advancement memorandum for Recruit Officer Worth.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The final straw for me is the deputy chief with Commander Lee in his report approval process, because I knew he wasn't even reading these. He was just initialing and signing off on them. As Lieutenant Andy Bobolak had done a memorandum for a recruit advancement. And basically what that states is that Recruit Worth was able to operate solo duty. It was a step 4 advancement memorandum saying, okay, he's clear to work by himself. Andy created the document, initialed it, the document went to Wayne Lee, Wayne initialed it, and then it came to me for review. And the document was wrong.
Why was it wrong?
The document, which goes into Officer Worth's training file and his personnel file, stated that Officer Worth is eligible for advancement. And then it went down in the body to state why he's eligible for advancement. The body of the narrative talked about Officer Dabalski and Officer Tinoco, who were already out of the FTO program, operating solo for several months. But they were on Worth's advancement memorandum. It was a cut and paste. It wasn't read by Lieutenant Bobolak. He created it with a cut and paste. He dated and signed it. It went to Commander Lee, who acknowledged it by dating and signing it, that he read it, and then it came to me. At that point, I had enough.
And did you give that information to Chief Rossi?
Yes.
And do you know how did Chief Rossi respond?
Chief Rossi was not happy, recognizing the fact also. that everything Wayne gave me was going back to Wayne, numerous errors. And I had conversations with Wayne where I told him flat out, Wayne, you are putting my head on a platter for the patrol officers and the patrol supervisors. I do not want to be the patrol division commander anymore. I had it for 5 years. I'm the deputy chief. You need to start doing your job. And he couldn't do that job.
Okay. Um, That authorization for Stetner to wear that paddle holster, was that done through a special order?
No, it was verbal from me as the
Okay.
patrol division commander. I gave him direction.
Okay. At some point in time, did you, well, let me step back for a second. When Chief Rossi was given the position of police chief, was there any discussion about open door policy?
I think the chiefs of police, in my experience, have always had an open door policy.
Do you remember whether Chief Rossi told people that he had an open door policy?
Not that I recall.
At some point, after this issue with patrol in '23, did you learn that there was an issue with Bill Sanchez and your position as the deputy chief?
Yes, I learned on May 4th.
Okay, and how did you learn on May 4th that Bill Sanchez had a problem with your position as deputy chief?
Chief Rossi had called me to the office, sat me down and basically told me that there was a complaint coming out of the supervisors union that they wanted me gone. It was relayed to him by Christina Netzel, his secretary. She had a conversation with Bill Sanchez. Basic gist of it was that if the chief did not fire me or have me resign, they were going to come after him for termination.
And why'd they want you gone?
I have my beliefs. They're not grounded in fact. I think it was designed to create movement in the organization.
Well, if you were no longer the deputy chief, who's up for the position of deputy chief?
Traditionally, it'd be the next senior commander, which would be Ken Rosinski. He'd be the deputy chief, which would allow Lieutenant Stetner, who's the commander of investigations, to assume that position.
And what position does Rosinski hold?
Currently, right now,
Yeah.
He's been moved from commander of investigations to commander of investigations and or administration.
Okay. So Stetner would move up to a commander of investigations?
Yes, there'd be movement. A lieutenant spot would be created. There'd be movement.
Okay. Did Chief Rossi tell you what you did wrong that they wanted you to leave?
No, he didn't really know at that point. He told me they had a conversation with Bill Sanchez in the parking lot about a vote of no confidence. But he said that's all the information he had right now. He asked me if anything transpired while he was at the NA. I told him no, we were basically on cruise control. Everything went fine. There were no supervisors disciplined or written up. And after that conversation on the 4th, the 5th was a Friday, I went on vacation at that point.
At any point in time, did you offer to resign?
When I returned from my vacation, yes, I did.
Okay.
As you can imagine, my vacation was ruined. I came back, still upset by it. I walked in and I asked him, Chief, I don't want to cause you any problems. I have a lot of respect for Chief Rossi. I've worked with some good chiefs. I've gotten a lot of experience from them, but Chief Rossi is young, he's progressive, and in my opinion, he doesn't deserve what happened to him because of me. So,
Did you offer to resign on May 4th as well?
I did, but we really didn't talk about it that much. He just kind of discounted it as that I was upset. But when I came back after vacation, it was more of a serious conversation.
And did he obviously didn't accept your resignation?
No, he had told me that while I was gone, he had talked to some of the supervisors, and to coin the phrase, it was garbage. He said, they're bringing up stuff from when you're in patrol. when you were a sergeant, you were a lieutenant, you're a commander. He goes, they have nothing from when you were a deputy chief. Chief Rossi said, in his opinion, this is a targeted attack against me. He would not accept my retirement, basically, because at that point I had 29 years on. I could have gone, and basically told me to continue to hold people accountable. At that point, I told him that based upon that information, I was going to HR.
Okay. And did you go to HR?
I did. I called Regina Early, the director of HR. I asked if she was available. I went over there, I had a conversation with her. I outlined all my concerns and what was going on.
When did you do that?
On the 15th.
I'm sorry, what, do you know what the exact date was?
May 15th.
2023?
Yeah.
On May 15th, 2023, what did you tell Regina Early?
I just told Regina what was occurring. I didn't have a lot of information, of course. I explained the inappropriate conversation that was alleged to have occurred between Bill and Christina Netzel. I explained to her the information that Chief Rossi had relayed to me about the garbage he was getting from the patrol supervisors. You know, one Lieutenant Bobolek wanted to complain that he was on a PIP. Stetner wants to complain about why, you know, directives are given to everybody else and not the individual doing it. Carrie Kelly claimed to, quote, vent to the wrong people. I still don't know what her complaint was about me or if there even is a complaint, but I outlined everything to Regina and I told her that I'm tired now. I've been tired since 2011. I'm tired of taking the crap and I want an investigation done. I wanted to file complaints against these people because Chief Rossi had relayed to me that in his conversation with Bill Sanchez, Bill had no problem with me. He had no problem with the chief. He was acting in the position of the union supervisor position. And the two main people behind this were Lieutenant Rich Stetner and Sergeant Carrie Kelly Vallon. So I outlined this to Regina. Regina said she's gonna have to call the village manager. Basically, don't talk to anybody about it, and they'd be in touch because they didn't know who was gonna have to investigate this. Was it gonna be Kleinthorpe and Jenkins? Was it gonna be the chief? Was it gonna be Regina? So at that point, we ended the meeting with my intention that I want to file a complaint, and I went back to the station.
What's your complaint for?
Hostile work environment. And at the time, I harassment.
Now, can the union file a vote of no confidence?
You can do whatever it wants.
Did you have any issue with the union filing a vote of no confidence?
I don't think it's warranted, but I can't stop them.
Was there a vote of no confidence ever filed?
No.
Did Chief Rossi tell you anything about whether or not they had enough signatures for a vote of no confidence?
No.
At the time this conversation occurred, May 23rd, or May 4th, 2023, how long had you and Chief Rossi been in your positions?
I think I was the deputy chief about a year then, maybe 12 months.
And was there anything significant changed in the police department?
No.
Did anything catastrophic occur?
No.
Since this conversation, May 4th, 2023, was there a vote of no confidence ever given to anyone by the union?
I have not seen one.
Has anyone said to you that if anybody files a vote of no confidence, you're out, you're done, you're gone, you'll be fired?
No, I don't think that would happen. I'm represented by MAP, and I think there has to be cause. I would contact my MAP attorney to represent me.
You said Bobolak was upset because he was on a PIP.
Performance improvement plan, yes.
When did that happen?
I'd have to go back and look at the records, but I implemented that at the direction of Chief Mitchell when I was patrol division commander.
So that's before May of 2022?
Yes.
Was there also an issue with Lieutenant Boblak and somebody by the name of Swearingen?
Yes.
Who's Swearingen?
Sergeant Swearingen is a day shift sergeant.
And at some point in time, did Sergeant Swearingen get some discipline?
Yes, when I was patrol division commander, Sergeant Swearingen was disciplined.
Okay. I think it's in here. I just want you to identify the document. You know what, I'm gonna. Actually, you know what, I have to make a copy of this. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to? Okay, okay.
Yeah, make copies here. You want to enter or offer a new exhibit, is what you want to do?
Yes, I think we're at Exhibit 15 for the village. It's 14 words, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I'll put it on here.
Did I give you, yes, I did.
Yes.
Sir, you've been handed a document that's marked as Exhibit 15. I don't want to go into great detail, but can you just describe for the record what that document is?
It's an order of suspension for Sergeant Swearingen. Accompanying it is the pre-disciplinary meeting that I had with Sergeant Swearingen. Summary of that meeting. The memo was addressed to Joe Mitchell, Chief of Police. And then the ordering of an IR by Joe Mitchell to Troy Seward and the subsequent IR for that investigation. IR stands for internal review.
Okay. And as a result of that investigation, was Lieutenant Swearingen, was there some order with respect to his ability to go into, do you have a jail?
I'll lock up. We have a lockup facility.
Was there some order with respect to him going into the lockup?
Yes, he was not allowed to go into lockup until the completion of EAP, Employee Assistance Program.
And at some point in time, was he recommended for a promotion?
No, what had happened was during the period of time of the rating period when the suspension was issued, the IR was completed, there was a specialty position opened up as Lieutenant Investigations. This occurred within the same year, within the same rating period. In order to apply for a specialty position, you have to have the authorization or signature of your immediate supervisor, patrol division commander, and then it goes to the person that's assigned to conduct the interviews for that position. I was given an application by Lieutenant Bobolak for Sergeant Swearingen that Bobolak initially endorsed. I reviewed it and I refused to sign it.
Why did you refuse to sign it?
I refused to sign it for a couple of reasons. Number one, the sergeant was just suspended for violation of the sexual harassment policy. The suspension also was for neglect of duty. I was briefed on this IR. Chief Mitchell at the time coined this investigation the sexual grooming of a detention aide. I'm not going to sign my name on his application for a specialty position when he just came off of suspension. And when I got this, and let me go back on that. If I sign my name on something, I endorse it. It's me. I signed off on Bill going to traffic. I would still sign off on Bill going to traffic due to his capabilities and abilities. I was not signing off on Sergeant Swearingen for specialty position with what he just did. It was in the same rating period. My Lieutenant Bobolak, was just coming off a performance improvement plan for not able to lead and properly evaluate his personnel, and he shouldn't have signed this either.
Did you have a conversation with Lieutenant Bobolak about why he signed this recommendation?
I did, and when I had the conversation with him, he panicked, and he basically said, I already signed it, what am I supposed to do? And I told him, tell him I wouldn't sign it. And that's subsequently what he did. He went right back to Sergeant Swearingen and said, Brian won't sign it. And I know they're gonna say it's hearsay, but in the exhibits here, we have a notebook from Sergeant Swearingen that he allegedly wrote in, and he indicates the conversation that occurred between him and Bobolak.
Is it Lieutenant Bobolak?
Yes.
Why did he approve him? Do you know, did he tell you why he approved him?
No, he didn't. Long or the short, Lieutenant Bobolak can't lead. He's not a good leader. He was a good sergeant, he was a good officer. As a sergeant, he was good because he could follow the direction as a lieutenant, but Lieutenant Bobolak cannot lead. And that's why we have the problems we have on day shift. That's why he signed off on this. To put it bluntly, he wants to be everybody's friend. He does not want to be a supervisor. This should never have been initialed. And when councils read it, and the arbitrator reads it, I know you've already read it, I know I've lived it, you'll see that this sergeant was lucky to keep his stripes. He's lucky that Chief Mitchell went informal on this investigation instead of formal with an interrogation. And I, Brian West, am not signing off on this specialty application. I'm not just a police officer, I'm a father, I'm a husband, and I ain't endorsing them. Because if I endorse them, I own them, and I am not endorsing them. And Lieutenant Bobolak was briefed on this investigation because Lieutenant Bobolak was in the office when I read the charges and gave him the suspension time that was authorized by Chief Mitchell. He knows exactly what this person did. Sergeant Grimmett, Vice President of the union, he knows what this person did because he was his union rep during the pre-discipline hearing. The only thing I will say is I don't know why this sergeant was allowed to file a complaint against me. I didn't endorse this application. It should have been vetted by the union before it went forward, because I don't think the union, I don't think Mark McQuarrie, I know Bill Sanchez would not sign off on this.
So, was there a complaint from Square Engine?
It's in this report.
Oh,
It's
okay.
in the report.
Okay, that, I understand, but not previously.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
He couldn't file a complaint on this, because had he can request a labor management meeting, he can grieve it, he can grieve the discipline wasn't grieved. When I refused to sign his application, they could have requested a labor management meeting, because he wasn't gonna do it at that point, because he knew it was gonna go nowhere. Let's just wait a couple of years and see what we can throw against the wall that'll stick against Brian West, is what we have going on here.
So this occurred when you were a patrol division commander?
Yes.
Did it come up or did anything with respect to this situation occur while you were the deputy chief?
No. And if I can go back real quick, and,
There's no question, yeah.
sorry, Mark.
So do you want to move this document?
Yes, I would move for admission of the
Any
document.
objection to this document? The objection is relevance. Okay, I'll note the objection, and the arbitrator decides what's relevant, so I'll look at it and see if I think it's relevant.
Going back to the conversation with Chief Rossi, you weren't present when he had the conversation with Bill Sanchez, correct?
No.
No, I'm not correct, or no, you weren't
No, I
there?
wasn't there. The only conversation I was present to when they offered the position for the traffic supervisor. I was not a party to any of these other meetings or anything else.
Okay, so you don't know when Bill Sanchez spoke to Chief Rossi about the vote of no confidence?
No. Outside of what's related in my memorandum.
So after speaking with Regina Early, did you file a written complaint with the village of Orland Park?
So I did. I had not heard anything for some time. And as I said, when the chief was at the NA, I was the acting chief of police. So I was put on the director's email, which is a Friday email that goes out to all the directors, and I'm still on it to this date. As part of that director's email is the FOIA list, the Freedom of Information Act list of what comes in to the village of Orland Park. I was reading the FOIA list and I found a FOIA from retired Sergeant Ken Kovac, who we've talked about previously, requesting a copy of the complaint filed by Bill Sanchez against the chief and I.
Did you, prior to seeing that FOIA, were you aware that a complaint had been filed against you?
No.
Prior to seeing that FOIA, strike that. So what did you do when you saw the FOIA?
I called Regina Early, the head of the Human Resources. I asked her if there was a complaint filed against me. She said, yes, there was. She could not speak with me about it. The village is trying to determine who was going to conduct the investigation, which is basically what I was told on the 15th. And the direction she was received to give to me was to document my complaints in writing. I crafted that memorandum, which is in the file here, and, drove that over to her office and hand tendered it to her.
Okay, so looking at, I think looking at page, direct your attention to Exhibit 4 of Exhibit 1, Bates page 629.
Yes.
Do you recognize Bates page 629 and 630?
Yes, that is the memorandum I tendered to Regina on May 30th.
And is the memorandum that you tendered on May 30th, is that similar to what you spoke to Ms. Early about on May 15th?
Yeah, it's a summarization of the conversations we had on May 15th. We didn't have a conversation on May 30th. On May 30th, I brought out a memorandum, which I was directed to do. This is a summarization of the conversation on May 15th that we had when I stated I wanted to file a complaint.
Okay. And why did, you referenced earlier that you thought the conversation between Mr. Sanchez and Tina Netzel was, I don't want to put, I can't remember if your word was inappropriate or what the adjective was that you used, but can you tell me why you felt that Mr. Sanchez shouldn't be talking to Tina Netzel about a vote of no confidence?
Tina's not in the union. She's not a police officer. She's my secretary. And what would be the purpose of that conversation, with the exception to intimidate? The conversation never should have occurred. It never should have been brought up. It should have been handled through the union process.
And what do you mean by it should have been handled through the union process?
If you're going to file your vote of no confidence, file it. File your vote of no confidence. Stop talking about it and do it. Don't have a conversation roundabout with my secretary knowing that conversation is going to get back to me at some point. There's procedures in place with the collective bargaining agreements. There's grievance procedures. If there's a violation, you have 5 days. There's a preamble at the beginning of all the CBAs that states will be harmonious. If there's a problem or not harmonious, you can request a labor management meeting. There's ways with the collective bargaining agreements to address every issue that comes across. You don't go to my secretary. That's something you don't do.
Were you upset by him going to your secretary?
Absolutely. I had 29 years on the job at that time, and I could not understand where this was coming from. To this day, I still don't know where it's coming from. To this day, I still don't know how this happened or why this happened. I believe it happened for movement, but I didn't deserve this. My family didn't deserve this.
How is your family involved in this?
My family's involved in it because, to give you an example, I did not tell my parents about this investigation. My parents are 80-something years old. I didn't want my parents to know about this. My wife knew, my kids knew, because you are going to take this home with you. You can't be attacked on all fronts, internally in the building, externally on Facebook, and not take it home with you. This was a brutal time. It was a brutal time in the PD. It was a brutal year and a half. I'm glad it's pretty much over. But my parents, I hid this from, and then all of a sudden, they get phone calls from family members. My parents don't use the internet. They're so antiquated on the internet. And next thing you know, they're getting other members calling them saying, hey, there's a patch article. You know, your son's alleged to be discriminatory and racist, and he was disciplined. Lies, all lies. There was an opportunity to handle this through the union. There was an opportunity to handle this through the collective bargaining agreement. And this thing went outside the organization, and it never should have done that. It was embarrassing to me. It still is embarrassing to me. Myself, Bill Sanchez, Ken Kovac, we are locked at the hip for life. One day our great grandkids are going to go online and be like, oh, our dad was a cop. Google what type of men we were. And they're going to go on to Facebook and see glitter bombs and terminations and Facebook accounts. That's not how I want to go out. That's not how Bill wants to go out here. But it's there now, and we're there forever.
Did you go to the press about this?
No, I did not. I wanted to, I'll be honest with you, because when that patch article came out stating that I was disciplined for false schedules and all these other issues, and we had the IR, thank God we still had the IR from McCarthy, because we don't keep those forever. And we still had it. I wanted to drive it to the patch and give it to Lauren Trout. Couldn't do it. I'm under investigation. I'm a village employee. You have to have integrity with these investigations. It's not the avenue. As much as you want to, you can't lash out and do that. But I wanted to. I'm not going to lie to you. I want to drive that IR right over to her. Be like, here, take it back. But we couldn't. You know, we got a retraction, you know, a year and a half later, damage is done.
Did the village tell you that they were keeping Mr. Sanchez's complaint confidential?
So the first time I saw this, well, first I had the conversation with Regina where she told me she couldn't talk about it and to put my complaint in writing, which I did. I had no other conversation with anybody about this investigation, saw no complaints or anything else until I met with investigator Jimmy Lee at the village hall. At that point, I was allowed to read the complaint that was filed against me.
Did you know Jimmy Lee prior to meeting with him?
No.
And that meeting, did you explain to Mr. Lee what occurred?
A summarization of some points. You know, I met with him, I introduced myself, he introduced himself, I was allowed to lead the complaint. There was an EEOC complaint, there was an IDHR complaint, I believe. I asked him, are these all the same? He goes, they're all very similar. I was able to answer a couple of the concerns, and I gave my version of events on things. And then we had stopped with, we were gonna get back together and talk later. You know, we didn't, however, you know, it just kind of ended at that point with that initial meeting. So, and then next thing I knew I was in a formal interrogation.
At some point, were you told what the conclusion of the investigation was?
Yes, I received a memorandum from the village manager, George Kazwara, advising me that I was cleared of the investigation. Then the next day I came in and turned in my retirement notice.
What day was that?
Oh, I had to look at the notice, sir.
Okay.
Did you keep your intention to retire at 30 years a secret?
Yes.
Can I take a moment?
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
I'm close.
Yep, we're getting close.
We would rest.
You rest? Okay. So we're about ready for lunch. You think probably we should do that before you start? Yeah. So why don't we, so you say the lunch is gonna come at noon?
Should be here now, I'll check right now.
I wouldn't mind if we try to have a little bit speedier lunch than last time since it's here. Do you think we might be able to resume at 12:30 if the lunch is here? Sure. Is that be all right with you?
Sure, sir.
Okay, so let's try 12:30 and then we'll go for the, thanks. Nikki, you ready?
I'm ready.
Brian, you've been cross-examined before, right?
Yes.
You know how this works. Just answer their questions, and
Yes, sir.
if there's something you feel like you need to elaborate on, probably your counsel will ask you something on redirect. So just
sir.
answer the question. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Afternoon,
Deputy
Mr.
Chief
Garza.
West. My name is Ray Garza. I don't think we've ever had we had a chance to meet. But
Ray, can you turn the microphone towards you?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, thank you. That's great, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to meet. I just want to congratulate you on your retirement in 30 years of service to Orland Park.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I want to start off with the vote of no confidence. You had stated that with regards to the conversation that Sergeant Sanchez had with Ms. Netzel. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and there's nothing in the CBA that restricts the union as to who they can talk to regarding the no confidence. Isn't that correct?
Correct, sir.
And several times you stated that it was the supervisors union who were coming after you with regards to this vote of no confidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
It wasn't Sergeant Sanchez alone. It was the supervisors union, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you stated in your interview with Jimmy Lee, at the time you made your complaint, you believe Sergeant Sanchez did not have a problem with you.
Correct.
And with regards to the vote of no confidence, he was simply acting in his union capacity as being the supervisor union's president.
I couldn't hear that, sorry.
Sorry, objection hearsay calls for speculation.
Well, we've been speculating all day, so you can answer that if you can.
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Garza?
Yes, with regards to the Sergeant Sanchez, his handling of the vote of no confidence for the supervisors union, you had a conversation, you had an interview with Jimmy Lee, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that interview with Jimmy Lee, you stated to him that Sanchez was simply acting in his union capacity, correct?
Yes.
And he has an obligation to deal with the concerns of the union, correct?
Yes.
And with regards to, and specifically, you were advised by Chief Rossi that, of the conversation he had with Sergeant Sanchez, correct?
Yes.
And in that conversation with Chief Rossi, he expressed to you that Sergeant Sanchez told him that it was Stetner and Kelly Vallon that were seeking the vote of no confidence, correct?
No, they were the ones pushing it, but it was the supervisory union.
Okay, as a whole.
Yes, sir.
But specifically mentioned was Stetner and Kelly Vallon, correct?
Yes.
Now, we heard a lot of testimony with regards to Stetner and Lieutenant Stetner and his wife in a position that she was seeking with the department, correct?
Correct.
And do you believe, is it your testimony that you believe he was motivated to complain about you because of what happened to his wife?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe he's being dishonest?
Yes.
Okay. And has Lieutenant Stetner ever been disciplined for his involvement in the vote of no confidence?
No.
And similarly with Kelly Vallon, do you believe likewise she was also motivated to complain about you and push forward a vote of no confidence?
Objection, speculation.
You can answer the question.
So as I stated earlier, Mr. Garza, I don't even know what her involvement is in this. Her name was brought up in conjunction with the conversation with Chief Rossi and Mr. Sanchez. I still have not seen a formal complaint against me or a complaint against me by Sergeant Kelly Vallon.
I understand that, but you do now understand that she was one of the, as you stated earlier, she's one of the people that is bringing forth the vote of no confidence, correct?
Objection, mistakes his testimony. Speculation.
I'm asking him.
Go ask him. Ask the question again.
Do you believe that Kelly Vallon was one of the people that was bringing forth the vote of no confidence, correct? You don't have to look to her. You can answer the question.
You can answer.
As alleged in the conversation between
So that's a yes.
Sanchez and Chief Rossi, yes. I have no independent
You
knowledge of
answer
what
the
her
question.
complaint is.
You
Sorry.
answer the question. And you believe she's motivated to bring a complaint against you because you instructed her as a supervisor to do something about a subordinate of hers, correct?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
How does that mischaracterize his testimony?
The question I asked him was, did you have any issue with Carrie Kelly Vallon? And the response I received was that he identified that incident. He did not connect it to a vote of no confidence.
All I'm asking him.
That's why I said it, you connected it, and that's why I said it mischaracterized his testimony. That's not what he had said.
Okay, well, I understand your objection, but I'm going to let him answer the question if he can.
Do you understand the question?
No, can you ask again, please?
Okay. You believe Kelly Valley was motivated to come forward with the complaints and a vote of no confidence because you told her to do her job as a supervisor and deal with a subordinate, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever, and you believe she's being untruthful in her complaint against you, isn't that correct?
No, because that in fact occurred. I did give her that order.
No, but you believe that she's, as far as her complaining against you, you don't believe that's a truthful complaint, correct?
Objection has been answered.
I didn't hear what you said, sorry. It was his objection?
I'm sorry, asked and answered.
Oh, asked and answered.
It's a different question altogether.
Go ahead, answer that question.
You believe that she's motivated to complain against you. First, strike that. You believe her complaint against you as regarding the vote of no confidence, it's a false complaint, correct?
The vote of no confidence, I believe, is a false complaint, yes.
Okay, and you believe that she's motivated to do that because of what you told, because what you told her about supervising a subordinate, correct?
No, that's not correct. As I stated earlier, I still don't know what her complaint is against me. Did I give her a lawful order to have that uniform infraction corrected? Yes, the chief gave me the order, I gave the order to her. Her name was brought up in a conversation between Bill Sanchez and Chief Rossi as the two supervisors that were behind pushing this vote of no confidence. To this day, I still don't know what her complaint is against me.
Have you ever opened up an investigation against Kelly Vallon?
No,
Has she ever been disciplined for her involvement with the vote of no confidence?
no,
In fact, you did complain about her though, correct?
correct.
And you complained about her as harassing you, correct?
Based upon the information
Is that
given.
yes?
Based upon
Is
the
that a
information.
yes or no
I
question?
can't answer yes or no to that,
Well, I'm
Mr.
asking a
Garza.
yes or no question.
I can't answer yes or no,
You're
sir.
gonna have to.
And answer the question again, and then try to answer it yes or no. Would you repeat the question?
Can you replay it? Can you, Madam Court Reporter?
Complain about her as harassing you.
Yes,
Okay. And has she been disciplined for her involvement in the vote of no confidence?
no,
In fact, she's been promoted, isn't that correct?
yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the 2019 complaint that you testified to. In 2019, Sergeant Sanchez filed a complaint against you regarding scheduling, correct?
Correct.
And in that investigation, and I think it was your testimony that Chief McCarthy did a investigation on that, correct?
Correct.
Now, several times, you gave a informal interview with Jimmy Lee, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also gave a formal interrogation with Jimmy Lee and Ms. Hetzelman. Is that
Correct.
correct? And you, in both the interview and in the interrogation, you gave truthful and accurate answers. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in those interviews and interrogations, several times you state that in the investigation that was done in 2019 by Chief McCarthy, Sanchez was found to be a liar.
Correct.
Okay. Well, there was no finding in that investigation. Strike that. Isn't it true that there was no finding in that investigation for him that he was a liar?
Read the final memorandum.
I'm asking you, is there?
Yes, there was. It's in the
Okay.
final memorandum from Chief McCarthy, that he investigated it with all the prior supervisors who corroborated his request.
If I can show you what's been the investigation?
Sure.
It's 13,
Yep, I got it.
Which binder?
the big binder.
Yes, I have.
think it's Exhibit 13.
Should be, is it,
Was added at the back, yeah. Okay.
Can you give me like the Bates number we're gonna go to?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bates number,
What's that? 3994.
It's like all in the back of your book.
Oh, the back book, okay.
can you help, can I just show it to you? That's it. You have it?
Yeah, I'm just looking
Okay.
through it.
All right. Let me know when you're finished.
Wait 1 second till I get to this point. I got some exhibits here.
I have it.
I'm with it. VOP 13, thank you.
Ready when you are, sir.
Yes. So you had a chance to review it, and isn't it true there's nowhere in that investigation where Chief McCarthy found him to be a liar? Isn't that correct?
Incorrect.
Does he use the word liar?
He doesn't use the word liar.
Okay.
Paragraph 2.
Well-
Read paragraph 2.
Does he ever say that, let me ask you this question. Has Sergeant Sanchez ever been disciplined for lying as a result of this 2019 investigation?
Chief McCarthy refused to discipline him.
Can you please just tell the witness to answer the question,
I
yes
told
or
him
no?
once before. Please try to answer them yes or no if you can.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, Mr. Arbitrator. Go ahead,
In
Mr.
fact,
Arbitrator.
let's talk a little bit, let's talk a little bit about the investigation back in 2019. You received a copy of this investigation just prior to your interview with Jimmy Lee, isn't that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you reviewed it, correct?
yes,
And again, there's nowhere in there where Sanchez is referred to as a liar, correct?
paragraph 2.
Is there anywhere in there, paragraph 2 of what?
Paragraph 2 of the memorandum from Chief McCarthy on
page?
December
What
16, 2019.
What Bates stamp page?
Says Sanchez/Orland 4005,
Paragraph 2?
paragraph 2. Internal Review Memo, December 16, 2019.
Okay. Where does it say he called Sanchez a liar?
The word "the liar" isn't in there, but
Okay,
paragraph 2
that's all
explains it.
there's nothing in any of this investigation where Sanchez is referred to as a liar, yes or no?
Yes.
Where's the word liar used?
No, you're correct. Yeah, you're
I
correct.
think he was confused in the way
Okay.
he asked the question. He was actually answering the way you wanted him to, I think.
In calling somebody a liar, that's a pretty serious allegation, wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever open up an investigation on Sergeant Sanchez for having lied in that investigation?
I don't have the authority to open up an investigation, so your answer is no.
Okay. As his supervisor, you are responsible for evaluating him, aren't you?
Yes,
And did you ever, in any of the times that you evaluated him, found him to have lied?
no,
And in fact, you recommended him to the traffic unit supervisor position, isn't that correct?
yes,
Even though you thought he was a liar back in 2019.
yes,
Are you familiar with the Brady list?
I am.
Okay. And the Brady list is a list that is provided to local county state's attorney's office. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it's a list of officers who have exhibited or have been found to have lied. Isn't that correct?
yes,
And at no time has you or anybody from the department put Sergeant Sanchez on the Brady list. Is that correct?
correct.
As a result of the 2019 investigation, Sergeant Sanchez has had any of his duties restricted in any way, including testifying in court, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit about why you think Sanchez was lying. You believe Sanchez is lying because he did get the shift that he requested, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, that he did make a request for the afternoon shift, and he got the afternoon shift, correct?
Correct.
But he did rescind that request, didn't he?
For 1 day, yes.
You did rescind it. Is that a
shift.
yes?
Yes,
Okay. You have to answer my questions, yes or no.
to the best of my ability, I will, Mr. Garza.
And he rescinded that, that request because he wanted to be put on a regular rotation, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. You never got over Sanchez filing a complaint against you in 2019, correct?
I've been leery of him since that day, correct?
In fact, you consider him your enemy, don't you?
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
I'm not asking about his testimony. I'm asking, you consider Sanchez your enemy, don't you?
No,
Okay. You recall giving a statement to Jimmy Lee during your interview where you said, there's an old adage, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Well, that's how I treat Sergeant Sanchez. I'm extremely professional with Bill. I don't go out of my way to do anything. I don't have to because of what happened in 2019. Do you recall that's
correct,
making that
that's
statement?
accurate, yes.
And in keeping your enemies closer, the enemy would be Mr. Sanchez, correct?
It's an analogy, correct?
So that's a yes.
It's a yes.
In fact, you doubled down on that again in your interrogation with Jimmy Lee, isn't that correct?
Yes,
You stated again, keep your friends closer and enemies closer with regard, that's how I feel about Bill. You remember
correct.
recall saying that?
Yes,
With regards to the FTO position, Sergeant Sanchez doesn't have the power or authority to eliminate the FTO position, isn't that correct?
correct.
And again, with regards to the FTO position, that was a position that it was a position that was going to be given to somebody in the traffic safety unit, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that was, I believe it was Sergeant Ken,
officer.
Officer Ken. And you testified that Sanchez wanted that position, correct?
Correct.
Well, in fact, really Sanchez just wanted it to be opened up to everybody else, correct? Not just him.
At the time, he wanted it for himself. He said if somebody was to be selected from traffic, he should have the position. Ultimately, it was decided by Chief McCarthy we should rescind the positions and opening up to staff, yes.
And Chief McCarthy's decision on that was his decision alone, correct?
Yes,
And the reason why Chief McCarthy decided not to have the FTO position was because it was, I think your testimony was a poor use of resources, correct?
yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the May 19th memo that the chief gave to Sergeant Sanchez. You reviewed that memo, correct?
Yes, I seen it as part of the investigation.
Okay. And
Tell me what exhibit we're talking about?
I don't know whatever the memo is, one of the memos that I wasn't going to show it to him.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe I will.
What page are you going back to here?
You're talking about the direction memo?
I'm talking about the May 19th memo that he wrote to Sanchez. The Rossi email to our memo to Sanchez.
It's exhibit 10 to exhibit 1, village exhibit 1.
What base, Sam?
644.
Good, I'm there.
I think it's the wrong one of that. I think it's 637.
No, it's 644. Oh, no, you're right.
You talking about the one that was given to Sanchez or the one that was? Sorry, 637.
Okay, so you were not present for the conversations listed in the chief's memo, correct?
Correct.
You were not present for the meeting between Chief and Sergeant Sanchez when he presented him with this May 19th memo, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in the May 19th memo that said that this would not go into his personnel file, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regards to the discipline that you were shown of Sergeant Sanchez, none of that included counseling memorandums, isn't that correct?
Objection, the documents speak for themselves.
I gotta find, here we go. It starts on 662.
Correct.
What did you say? None of those include what memorandum?
Counseling memorandums,
Which are,
which is what it says, it's a counseling memorandum.
from-
It's a memorandum that,
oh,
were you asking what it is, or?
yeah, is it like city council or is it?
No, counseling, like your
Oh,
counseling.
counseling, okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
counseling.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the command staff meetings. So when Chief Rossi left for the FBI training, you were named acting chief, correct?
Correct.
You oversaw the entire operations of the police department while Chief Rossi was gone, correct?
Correct.
All final decisions regarding personnel were made by you?
No, I was in contact with the chief on certain personnel issues.
Okay. As acting police chief, you were made aware of all staffing issues.
Yes.
You had the power to change decisions made by subordinates, correct?
Yes.
And when the patrol division commander is unavailable, the traffic, it's been the practice that the traffic supervisor would sit in those commander meetings, correct?
If a lieutenant wasn't available from patrol, yes.
And on several occasions, Sergeant Glacier filled in as acting patrol division commander while you were the patrol division commander, correct?
Yes.
And during that time, Sergeant Glacier was filled in, when he filled in as acting patrol division commander, he was the traffic safety unit supervisor,
Yes.
just like Sanchez was, correct? Commander Wayne Lee was the patrol division commander and was at some point away at staff and command school, correct?
Correct.
And you felt because Sanchez was showing a fake GoFundMe page regarding the former chief, Sergeant Sanchez should not be in the commander's meeting, correct?
Objection mischaracterizes the previous testimony.
I'm asking him.
I'm sorry, are you going to have to talk to the microphone because I couldn't hear that?
I'm sorry, objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
I'm not asking about his testimony, I'm asking about, I'm not asking about your testimony, I'm asking about, you felt because Sanchez was showing a fake GoFundMe page regarding the former chief, that was the reason why he should not be in the commander's meeting.
One of two reasons, yes, per my testimony.
Okay. You felt, and you never personally told Sanchez that was the reason why he was not allowed in the commander's meeting, correct?
No, there's a chain of command.
You relied on Wayne Lee to do that, correct? Sergeant Sanchez didn't create the GoFundMe page, correct?
He alleged it came from Sergeant Kovac, ex-retired Sergeant Kovac, so I would assume that, no.
Okay. And Sergeant Kovac was cyberbullying you, and is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you went to the chief and told him you didn't want Sanchez in the commander's meetings anymore, correct?
It's not correct.
Objection, go ahead.
There were two issues.
Let's go
Well,
ahead.
I'll just answer my question. Did you go to the chief and tell the chief you didn't want Sanchez in the commander's meeting? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You never told, one of the other reasons I think he's saying is that Wayne Lee told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Wayne Lee told you that lieutenants were complaining about a sergeant being in the commander's meeting. Is that
Yes.
your understanding?
Specifically Lieutenant
Okay,
Fitzgibbons.
so you never told Sanchez that was the reason why he was in the commander's meetings, is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, didn't you tell Wayne Lee that the reasons why you didn't want Sanchez in the commander's meeting because you didn't trust him?
Incorrect. I never had that conversation with Wayne Lee.
So if Wayne Lee stated at some point that that's what he said, he would be lying?
I read,
Speculation.
You can answer the question.
You can answer that question, yeah.
I read that in Wayne Lee's
Well,
version of the report, and I have no knowledge of those conversations. Wayne Lee's no longer a police department employee.
Do you
Wayne
believe
Lee-
he's lying?
Yes.
Was he ever disciplined for lying?
No longer a member of the department. When this report came out and those statements were learned,
Okay.
he's no longer a member of the department.
The practice was if a person went to traffic safety as a sergeant, after a couple of years, he made lieutenant, correct?
False.
You didn't say that in your interview with Jimmy Lee?
Jason Ford was not made a lieutenant
Did
in
you?
traffic.
I'm asking.
I don't recall. I'd have to look at my interview.
All right. Well, let's play that. M3.
Going back to
Are you going to play question and answer so that it's complete?
You want to say it's out of context or provide a different context?
Okay, so can we have then the same, hold on a second, we had the same parameters that I believe the last time this was done for impeachment purposes, I said, we're not gonna go back and identify audio, we'll address the context issue in our briefs to the extent that there is any issue playing portions of some conversation. Okay, as long as I have that standing ability,
Yes,
then
sure.
we don't need to go back and forth on this audio.
You can go ahead and play that now, Bill.
historically, going back to, originally it was a sergeant position. Then they had I'm gonna go back in the history of Orland Park Police Department, bear with me. So then they had 3 applicants for patrol lieutenant at the time. John Keating, Jim Bianchi, these people are all retired, and Laura Guerra. There was one opening for a lieutenant in patrol, because before there were all these positions, investigations with sergeants, traffic with sergeant. It was all just lieutenants on the street. It had to be a lieutenant on the street to advance up. Everything else was sergeants. They had one position open. They liked all 3 candidates, so they made one of them a street lieutenant. They then made the one that was in investigations a lieutenant, and they made the traffic supervisor a lieutenant. So although they had one opening at the time, they created 3 lieutenant positions.
They were created, about when was it?
Oh, God. You're probably going back at least 15 years, Chief.
Okay. So for the last 15 years, that position's been a lieutenant?
No, not correct.
Okay, so tell me.
So
that
it's bounced around. It's bounced around to a sergeant, then you stay in there a couple of years, you make him a lieutenant. But most notably, it was a sergeant position. And that would have been when Jason Ford was the traffic sergeant, and it was a sergeant position. Chief Mitchell in his tenure said that's gonna be a sergeant position, and we're not gonna make it a lieutenant position. So Jason Ford, who was a street sergeant, took over as sergeant of traffic. He was in there for a couple of years, did a very good job. Then the lieutenant spot opened on midnight shift. Jason approached me and said, is this spot ever going to be a sergeant position, or a lieutenant position, excuse me. I approached Chief Mitchell. I said,
Jason's looking at the lieutenant spot at midnights. He wants to be a lieutenant. Is there any possibility this is going to be a lieutenant spot? I was told no. So Jason, who did a very good job in traffic, was a good friend of mine at the time, took the lieutenant spot on midnights to become a lieutenant.
You did state in there, though, that you stay there a couple of years and you're making a lieutenant. That was you did
Yes.
say that.
Yes,
You were talking about the traffic safety unit, correct?
yes,
Okay. And in fact, everybody prior to Bill Sanchez, who went in as a sergeant, with the one exception of Hottinger, who came in as a lieutenant, everybody prior to Bill Sanchez who went into traffic safety, they all made lieutenant, correct? You don't have to look.
no. Lieutenant Ford had to come out to be a lieutenant.
Well, Lieutenant Ford after, but my question was this, anybody who went into traffic safety, which Lieutenant Ford did, he ended up being a lieutenant.
Okay, I'm going to object as completely mischaracterizing the testimony. The suggestion is that he made a lieutenant, I'm going to object as mischaracterizing the testimony. The suggestion is that Ford was made a lieutenant as a traffic unit supervisor, and that's not true.
I didn't say anything closely resembling that. My question is simple.
I understand what you said. He was, I got it.
My question is, do you understand?
Yeah.
My question is simple. Anybody who went in as a sergeant in traffic safety, they're now a lieutenant.
Yes,
With the exception of Hottinger, who went in as a lieutenant, correct?
yes,
And in fact, you in your testimony, you made reference to a general order, and I'm going to point your attention to that. If you can go to, in your book, Bates stamp 696.
General Order 11.1, that's the one?
Yes.
Okay.
got it.
Okay. And this was a general order that was in place when Sergeant Glacier was in the traffic safety unit, correct?
Yes,
And during the height of this, this general order, and again, the general order is a general order making the traffic safety supervisor a sergeant position, correct?
yes, sir.
So during the height of when this restriction of only having been being a sergeant for traffic safety supervisor, Sergeant Glacier was made lieutenant of the traffic safety unit, isn't that correct?
Yes,
Is Phil Glacier a Caucasian?
yes,
Now, during this testimony, it was, during this, at some point, a statement associated with you was made, and I'll read it. A statement saying that you regarding Sergeant Sanchez, I hate him, I don't trust him, he's a rat, a snake, he filed 2 EEOC complaints against me, and I had to get a lawyer and lost sleep. You remember that statement be associated with you?
yes,
And that statement was made by Bob Black,
2 supervisors made that statement, Lieutenant Bobolak and Lieutenant Stetner.
and you deny that.
Yes,
Okay. Are you saying Bob Black's a liar?
yes,
Is he still currently working here?
yes,
Has there been an investigation to open up on him?
no,
Has he been disciplined in any way for having made that statement?
no,
Has he been put on a Brady list?
no,
And you did make statements in the command staff meeting about not trusting Sanchez, isn't that correct?
When I was interrogated, my answer was no. And then I read in the report that two of the commanders said that it might have been brought up. Dave Zilkowski said the conversation 6 to 8 months prior. Kenny Rosinski alludes to it. At the time, I can't remember these conversations. I'm going to rely on my two commanders that they did in fact occur and say that yes.
Well, you were pretty, well, you did say in your interrogation that that was not, that you deny making.
Yeah, 'cause I don't recall them, and they don't even recall them.
But you didn't say in your interrogation you didn't recall. You
Correct.
said, you said you denied them.
When I had the question, I'm thinking in my
Is
mind.
that a yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. And you knew in that interrogation you need to be truthful and honest with your answers, correct?
yes,
And you know Jimmy, did you review Jimmy Lee's report for your preparation for your testimony today?
yes,
Okay. And you knew that Jimmy Lee found that you did make those statements. Isn't that correct?
yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the paddle holster here. With regards to that paddle holster, this was an incident where Sergeant Sanchez was performing administrative duties. Is that fair to say?
No, Sergeant Sanchez was the senior supervisor working that night.
Okay. And you found him wearing a paddle holster similar to the one you're wearing now, correct?
Yes,
And you saw him do that, you said to him, wear your duty belt, you have to earn that.
it's not correct.
Okay. You didn't tell him you have to earn that?
No, I told him he needed to be a lieutenant.
And you never used the words, you have to earn that?
I just said he needed to be a lieutenant.
I'm asking you the question.
No.
Okay.
No,
And with regard, but you did give a special dispensation, I think is what your words, to Stetner, correct?
Did.
Okay. But you didn't tell Sanchez about that special dispensation, is that correct?
no, I did not.
Okay. Now, during your interview, and just so we're clear, there's 2 times you spoke with Jimmy Lee, who was assigned to investigate this matter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One was what we want to call an informal interview where it was audio taped, correct?
Yes,
And then another one was a more formal interrogation where it was transcribed, correct?
yes,
Okay. Prior to your interview, your first interview, the informal, you received a copy of Sanchez's complaint from HR, isn't that correct?
no,
Didn't you tell Jimmy Lee that you did receive it at your first meeting?
no. The first time I saw Sanchez's complaint was at the interview with Jimmy Lee. I was aware of the complaint due to an FOA I saw on the FOA list from Ken Kovac asking in the FOA for a copy of Sanchez's complaint. But I had not seen the complaint, reviewed the complaint. I was given an opportunity when I first met with Jimmy Lee. I was shown the complaint, I was shown the IDHR complaint, the EOC one. I read the complaint, then I asked him, are these basically the same thing? He said, yeah, and I didn't read any further in the IDHR or the EOC. So to answer your question, no, I did not get a copy of his complaint.
But you did receive a copy of the complaint at the first meeting.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah,
Yes.
I misunderstood your question, I apologize. Yes, when I first met with Jimmy Lee, he allowed me to see Sanchez's complaint, yes.
Listen, let me have a minute here, look at my notes.
Sure.
With regards to the commanders' meetings, okay? Those are with the commanders of the divisions, the various divisions within the police department?
Yes, and the TDR supervisor.
Okay. And what's discussed at these meetings?
Well, we have 3 meetings. We have a Monday morning meeting where we talk about what occurred over the weekend. We have a Wednesday morning meeting where we talk to the fire department. It started out as a COVID call, but now it's just morphed into basically an information sharing between us and the fire protection district because we're separate entities. And on the Monday morning, we also go over what our agendas are and our daily planners for the entire week. And then in the Friday meeting, we recap the week and we talk about who's going to be out of town for the weekend, or is anybody who plans are going to be away in case there's a call out, who we can expect to respond immediately, who can expect to be delayed, stuff of that nature.
If I'm aspiring to be a commander, would I benefit from that meeting?
No.
Why not?
If you're aspiring to be a commander, you're already a supervisor rank, so you'd be a sergeant or lieutenant, and that's where you get your experience from on the street. There's no benefit to them coming to that meeting.
There's no benefit in being with other commanders and learning what they're doing and how they supervise their divisions.
I think you get that from working with your commander on a daily basis. I don't think that's coming out of the command staff meeting, sir.
And with regards to, but not many sergeants or lieutenants get to attend those meetings, correct?
Correct.
So one question, in addition to what you just said, the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, if something like crucial comes up, will they have a special meeting of the
Yes,
command?
yes, something can pop up. You know, during civil unrest, we had meetings on a regular basis that were outside the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to discuss coverage of, you know, who was guarding what retail center, or what the planning was at the mall. There can always be a special meeting called by the chief of police. There was always a special meeting around July 4th to go over the staffing for the weekends. There's always something. So the chief can call or cancel as he sees fit.
Thank you.
Can I just take a break to kind of go over my notes and consult
Sure.
my co-counsel?
You can walk outside if you want.
Yeah.
Take a short break.
Sure.
You need to take a restroom break? Go ahead.
Yeah.
What's your pleasure?
Just one question.
One question, sure.
In your testimony, you were asked a question about acting control division command, correct?
Yes.
And I think it was your testimony that you said that that position doesn't exist, correct?
Yes.
Is it true that that designation, APDC, acting control division commander, doesn't that appear in the schedules?
I don't think it does.
Not sure?
I'm not sure. On the lab tech schedule? No, I don't, there's nothing there for APDC. Was there a button, was it a button on the old shift roster? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. It's not something that pops in my head. Or was it a manual entry on the old shift roster?
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Garza, to be honest with you. I haven't seen it on a lab tech. But it could have been on the shift roster. But that one's been gone for a while. So I apologize.
Okay, we can have redirect, we can have recross if you want, but the arbitrator would just like to state for the record that he feels like this has been a good witness, and I've got lots of information. I think I have what I need, but please, if you have some redirect, you can do that. Yeah, sure.
Mr. Sanchez was not disciplined for a vote of no confidence, correct?
You're gonna have to use the microphone again, sorry.
Thanks. Mr. Sanchez was not disciplined for anything to do with a vote of no confidence, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Garza asked you a couple questions about that IR in 2019, and he asked about the word lying, and that the lying didn't appear in the IR. Recall that questioning?
Yes.
Will you, and I think you had an explanation for your answer, could you explain to the arbitrator why you believe Mr. Sanchez was lying during that investigation? I think you referred to a paragraph too.
Yeah. Hang on a second. So, as I said to Mr. Garza, the word lying is not in this internal review, but in the memorandum from Chief Timothy J. McCarthy on December 16, 2019, regarding internal review 2019-05, when he met with Officer Sanchez and Sergeant Lee at the time witnessed the interview, paragraph 2, at that time, I advised Officer Sanchez that my interviews indicated that he had voluntarily sought to work more afternoon shifts according to Commander West and former employees Timothy McCormick and Thomas Hottinger. Officer Sanchez denied that he had sought more afternoon shifts, but reiterated that Lieutenant Ford treated he and other members of the unit fairly since it took over in 10/20 of 18.
So since 10/20 of 18, even Mr. Sanchez was admitting that there was nothing unfair about the schedules?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your understanding that that investigation was not about one day, but but scheduling as a whole, correct?
Yes.
Council asked you a bunch of questions about people being promoted to lieutenant after going into the traffic unit supervisor's position. Was Jason Ford made a lieutenant when he was in the traffic unit?
No, he was reassigned under Special Order Patrol.
Can I have one moment?
You guys have anything further on? Sure.
With regards to Lieutenant Weston, his making lieutenant, you said he was on day shift of patrol, correct?
Lieutenant West?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Ford.
I'm sorry, yeah, Lieutenant Ford, go ahead.
After his making lieutenant, he was patrol lieutenant, correct?
Yes,
For days.
yes, he was moved to day shift. That's where the vacancy.
During that time that he was the patrol lieutenant, isn't it true that he was also doing double duty as a traffic safety supervisor?
Yes, up until February 1st, correct.
So for a period of 7 months, from when he made, I think he made lieutenant in August, for 7 months, he was actually acting in capacity as traffic safety supervisor, correct?
Yes,
Give me a moment, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyone has questions? Go ahead.
Sir, was he appointed to the traffic unit supervisor position as a lieutenant, or was there some other reason he did that job?
so what had happened was he accepted the lieutenant patrol position. He was put on the special order, but Chief McCarthy at the time, due to movement of personnel and everything else, Lieutenant Bobolak was actually on midnights and due for that position in terms of seniority as far as bidding. He kept Lieutenant Bobolak on midnights, moved Jason to day shift, so the hole was filled on day shift, and he did not have to fill traffic right away. Jason was doing dual duties. I don't remember the reason behind it. I know that subsequently Phil took over for him, but there was a period of time, like Mr. Garza said, where he was doing dual duties. It was a manpower issue or a staffing issue.
Was he assigned to be the traffic unit supervisor in the rank of lieutenant?
No, he was assigned to patrol. He was a patrol lieutenant on day shift and actually doing dual duties, for both positions.
And Mr. Garza asked you some questions previously about cyberbullying by Kovac. And I believe you referenced that he was engaged that. Can you give me a time frame as to when that reference for the cyberbullying was?
Since Sergeant Kovac departed the organization, and we did not depart on bad terms, but in his civilian life, I stopped talking to him. Subsequently, we got fake Facebook posts of me as Jabba the Hutt, me as Hitler. Anytime the department posts something online, there's a comment about me. As far as, we had an employee that would cut through our parking garage where we park our cars inside, the supervisor cars, specialty cars. Well, in the winter, all those cars melt because it's a heated garage, creating an absolute mess. One of our employees fell and cracked his head open. So I put out an email, per the chief, everybody stay out of the garage until the summer comes and we can clean up the floor. Summer comes, we take a group photo, not myself, because I don't allow myself to be photographed anymore in my uniform because of Ken Kovac. It was a Toys for Tots thing, and everybody's by the cars, and Kovac put a comment out, thank God you guys can go in the garage now. During COVID, we accepted pizzas. There was a photo of me with a fake beard and mustache. It's just ongoing. He's immature, he has issues, and he'll be taken care of by the court system.
When the decision was made for Sanchez not to be the point of contact when Wayne Lee was out, was that prior to the Chief Rossi going to the FBI Academy?
No, that was a direction per Chief Rossi.
I'm sorry. But that, he went to the FBI Academy in January of '23, right?
Yes,
Okay, so did that decision occur prior to January of '23?
yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Yeah, go ahead.
One other question with regards to the Lieutenant Ford situation. Did you ever have a conversation or discussion regarding the circumstances of Lieutenant Ford being promoted to lieutenant with Sergeant Sanchez?
No,
Okay,
no, I don't believe I did.
I have nothing further.
Thank you very much. Arbitrator wants to put on the record, thank you for your many years of service
Thank
to
you,
the
sir.
police department, and congratulations on your retirement, and
Thanks.
thank you for appearing as a witness in this case. You're excused.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, counselors.
call your next witness.
The village would call George Kaswara.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, could you please state and spell your last name for me?
It's George Kozwara, common spelling. Koczwara.
Sir, by whom are you employed?
The Village of Orland Park.
And what position do you hold with the village of Orland Park?
Village manager.
How long have you been the village manager?
It will be 5 years in about a month.
So you began in 2019?
Correct.
Prior to Village of Orland Park, where did you work?
City of Crystal Lake. I was there for a little over 20 years. I held various positions. When I left, I was the deputy city manager, the finance director, and the city treasurer.
So you have a finance background?
I do.
Budget, stuff like that?
Yep. Yeah, I was also responsible for coordinating the cleaning activities because I spoke the language of the cleaning company. So we do it all.
Since you've been village manager, or village manager in Orland Park, does the village provide anti-harassment training for police?
On an annual basis.
And that's every year for, since you began here?
Yes.
When you began, who was the police chief?
McCarthy.
And, oh, I'm sorry. Do you need me to repeat that? Okay. And after McCarthy, who was the police chief?
Joseph Mitchell.
Okay, so when you became village manager for Orland Park, tell me how did your supervision work of the department? So, and let's just focus on the police department. How were you informed about things that were going on in the police department when you started working here?
Sure. So when I started working here and to this day, we have weekly all department director meetings. And then we have bi-weekly individual department meetings.
So weekly all department meetings for all the department heads?
Correct.
And is it just the department heads and or are there assistants included?
No, it's generally just department heads. And then the assistants will fill in when the department head is on vacation or sick or whatever.
And when you say bi-weekly individual meetings with department heads, is that every other week or is that twice a week?
Every other week. Yep.
So you met with Chief McCarthy every other week?
Correct.
And same was true with Mitchell?
Correct.
Okay. And what happens if something big happened in the village?
Phone calls, text, we start communicating immediately. So when there are larger events, obviously, we don't wait for a meeting. We just drop everything and we work on it.
And what about personnel issues? Were you informed about personnel issues in the PD?
Yeah, you know, generally the smaller personnel issues, stuff that the HR can take care of, don't generally bubble up to my level, but anything that is greater, then I am informed of it, either through the department director or through HR.
George, do you also get involved in economic development, or is that more somebody else does that?
No, economic development is a very important element that we do here, so I am actively involved in that.
When you began working at the village in 2019, did the village have some issues with respect to complaints?
Yeah, before I started October 14, and before I even started, I was already in communications with, it was the assistant village manager. There was an incident that was occurring in police where there was an anonymous.
I'm sorry, and I just want to be careful with respect to, go ahead, with respect to the underlying issues.
Yeah, so there was an anonymous complaint that was made in police, and so almost immediately, it was something that I was informed with and we were working on.
Did the village investigate that anonymous complaint?
Yes, extensively,
Okay. If it was anonymous, why did you investigate?
because we take every complaint seriously, whether it's anonymous or not. I mean, if it can be, if there's if there's nothing to it, we just clear it and we just move on.
And when you don't know who the complainant is, how do you go about investigating an anonymous complaint?
Well, we just work with whatever information we have. Obviously, it's much better when we have a complainant that we can follow up with. But we'll just, with the bare minimum, we'll do what we can, and we'll take it as far as we can.
When you began in 2019, were you also aware of an allegation of unfair treatment by Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, I was aware that there were two IRs that were happening at the same time, and I was aware of one of them that involved Mr. Sanchez.
Were you aware that with respect to those two IRs, whether or not there was a finding that he had been unfairly treated?
They were unfounded.
Okay, that means he was, I don't want to be a double negative. Mr. Sanchez was not treated unfairly.
Correct.
Okay. In other words, Mr. Sanchez had been treated fairly?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to those 2019 complaints, is that something that you knew prior to and outside of this current complaint that was investigated?
Yes.
So at some point in time, you became aware that, that there were complaints filed, correct?
Correct.
How did you become aware of that?
Are you talking about this latest?
Yes.
These latest complaints?
Yes.
Yes. So I became aware of it from HR Director Regina Early. First, there was, she informed me of the conversation that she had had with Deputy Chief West. And then I believe it was 5 days later or thereabouts, where there was a formal complaint submitted by Mr. Sanchez.
Let me step back for a second. Were you aware in that 2019 complaint that Mr. Sanchez made that, that he had claimed some sort of national origin or some sort of discrimination?
I believe that was one of the allegations of why he felt that he was being, was getting the shifts. Yes.
And was there any, and with respect to that 2019 investigation, was there any substantiation of that national origin or discrimination?
None.
And again, I want to step back for a minute with respect to 2023. At some point in time, did you become aware that there was an issue about patrol being out patrolling the village?
No, I wasn't, that didn't get to my level.
Okay. Was there any issue, were you aware of any issue with respect to the chief determining that individuals were not in place and not engaging in patrol activities in early 2023?
Yes, so there was, when the chief came back from the National Academy, he did inform me of some issues that he had encountered and that he was addressing them.
Did he say that he was putting new rules in? Did he say anything about rules or following the rules or putting things in place or anything like that?
No, it was just reestablishing what had been in place for his whole career and rules that are actually in place already, just they're in place already.
Did he tell you why there had been this issue or what failed with respect to what was going on?
Well, that was something that was, we started looking into, and more of it came out during this investigation, but there was a lack of leadership that was occurring at the commander of patrol,
Okay. At the time, who was the commander of patrol?
Wayne Lee.
Before receiving these complaints, let me step back for a second. Does the Village of Orland Park have unions?
Yes, we have 5 formal unions, and then we have a 6th, what's referred to as a meet and confer, when that's the commanders and deputy chief. Since they can't formally be a union, but they do have the ability to negotiate a contract.
And you have a contract with them?
We do.
So, do you know how long the unions have been in Orland Park?
That I do not know. I do know that in my role, we've gone through and we've done 2 contracts already.
You've gone through two contract cycles?
Yep.
Okay. Are the unions going anywhere in the Village of Orland Park?
No,
Okay, and do they all have presidents and officers?
they do.
Do you get involved in the negotiations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
How are you involved in the negotiations?
Generally, like the first round, for example, when I started here, and like I said, in October of 19, all 6 contracts had expired in May of 19. So they were all timed to expire at the same time, which is problematic from a village perspective, because we have to negotiate against 6 different entities. So in those situations, what we do involve labor attorneys that help us with that. And then generally, the initial negotiations don't involve me directly. I will come in later on, kind of just to finagle the remaining elements of it.
Bring it to a conclusion?
Yeah.
Were you involved in the selection of Chief Rossi being appointed as the police chief?
Yes,
Did you agree with that appointment?
absolutely.
And why did you agree with that appointment?
By that point, I had experience I worked with Chief Rossi while here, and I saw his leadership capabilities and his skills. I've worked with other chiefs in my, now it's almost 30-year career, and Chief Rossi is one of the very good chiefs that I've worked with.
And were you involved in the appointment of Brian West as the deputy chief?
I was involved with it. It was Chief Rossi made the recommendation. I agreed with it, and the appointment went forward.
And you are, as you sit here today, are you comfortable that the appointment of Deputy Chief West was appropriate?
Absolutely.
And stepping back to 2019 for a moment, setting aside the scheduling issue, was there another complaint that Mr. Sanchez was involved in with respect to discrimination allegations?
There was another complaint regarding inappropriate conduct by some of our officers, or inappropriate language. And my recollection was that the 3 witnesses that Mr. Sanchez provided all discredited that complaint.
So, at some point, you received a written complaint from Deputy Chief West. Did you receive a complaint from Sergeant Sanchez?
Yes.
And what did you do with respect to addressing that complaint?
So obviously this one was a little bit unique in that his complaint was against the deputy chief and the chief of police. So there would be a conflict as to who would conduct the internal review. So I was looking into figuring out how we were going to complete that internal review. At the same time, Mr. Sanchez submitted, I believe it was an email, requesting a third-party investigation. So in order to accommodate that, I reached out to, and then our normal labor attorney has conflicts as well because he represents our chief and our deputy chief on many occasions. So we had to look outside of our normal course. I reached out to Yvette with Clark Hill to ask for some advice, and Yvette gave me a couple of options as to who can conduct. Go ahead.
And I just want to, we're not waiving any privilege here, so did you select a third party?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have options with respect to who the third party would be?
Yes.
Could you identify those options for the arbitrator?
Yes. So the 2 options were he's Deputy Chief Kutlowski. I believe he's still with the Crystal Lake Police Department, and he has a side job, and he conducts third-party investigations. And then the other one was Jimmy Lee, who was with Gold Star, and Jimmy was former assistant chief, police chief in Roselle, and then he was brought into Fox Lake to clean up that department after the whole Officer Glinowitz incident. I know Tom Kutlowski from Crystal Lake, so he's fantastic, but I wanted no appearance of any kind of a conflict. So we reached out to Jimmy Lee to start the investigation.
Did you know Jimmy Lee prior to this investigation?
No.
So, I believe in, let me just identify this here. Was there any request for confidentiality in Mr. Sanchez's complaint?
He made a request for confidentiality to the Human Resources Director, and we obliged that request.
And I'm going to turn your attention, in that big binder, there is a tab for Exhibit 1, and thereafter, if you look at the Bates page numbers, if you go to Bates page 609, could you just identify that for the record, please? Can you tell the arbitrator what is Bates page 609 through 617.
It looks like it's an email from Mr. Sanchez to Human Resources Director Early.
And is this Mr. Sanchez's complaint?
Yes.
And then turning your attention to Bates page 629. Can you identify that Bates page 629 and 630? Could you identify for the record what that document is?
That is a memorandum from Deputy Chief West to Human Resources Director Early, summarizing their conversation from May 15, 2023.
And is that Deputy Chief West's complaint?
Yes.
So, once you selected, is it Gold Star or Gold Shield?
Gold Shield.
Once you selected Gold Shield, what did you do with respect to this investigation?
So we turned over all of the information, the complaints that we had to Jimmy Lee, and we asked him to conduct the IR on behalf of the village. And he went and ran with it.
And during the course of the investigation, did you get additional complaints or information with respect to, from Mr. Sanchez?
This investigation took a lot longer than it should have because there was a steady flow of add-on complaints that kept occurring. And when they came in, they would go to the Human Resource Director. We would discuss them, and we agreed that for the sake of a very thorough and comprehensive investigation, we are going to look at everything.
Okay. And did you give that to Jimmy Lee?
Yes.
Did you have an opinion as to whether or not those complaints all related to Mr. Sanchez's employment at the village?
They were not all regarding Mr. Sanchez. These were grievances going back many, many years, some totally unrelated to what was being reviewed as generally, but they were, some were against Brian West. It was a hodgepodge.
And I believe as part of this investigation, you even, was it the village contacted by someone by the name of McGreal?
Yes.
How long had he been gone?
He had been gone a very, very long time. It had nothing to do with Brian West. He was a former police officer who was terminated many, many years ago and continued to appeal the termination, so much so that the courts sanctioned his attorney. After counseling his attorney, the court sanctioned him. He was ordered to pay the village $50,000.
McGreal paid or the attorney paid?
The attorney did. But it had nothing to do with the investigation.
Ultimately, did anyone on behalf of the, at some point in time, did this complaint become publicized?
Yes. So despite the fact that Mr. Sanchez requested anonymity, he did go to the press multiple occasions.
Objection. There's no foundation for that. This is speculation. There's no foundation.
Are you going to show any evidence to back that up?
It's in the, so let me just ask him, how do you know that Mr. Sanchez went to the press?
Mr. Sanchez, following seeking counsel, he let his name come out publicly, saying he was making that he contacted the press.
How can he testify to what discussions Bill had with his legal counsel? This is
It's
speculation.
in the press. It's in the, It's in the news report. If you want us to provide it as an exhibit, we can, but.
Yeah, I want you,
Keith is-
yeah, I want,
is quoted in the.
it's not Bill going to the press.
Keith is quoted as speaking on behalf of Bill.
That's what I was asking too,
Well,
if you can have a document.
This is the first I'm hearing of it, so I would like to,
I'm
I'd
not
like,
testifying, so I'm happy to
Yeah.
ask him, I asked him how he knew.
Okay, go ahead.
we'd like to see the document.
Yeah, if you have a document, I think it'd be useful for the record.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a minute to go find it. You want it right now?
No, you can continue, but
I would say the same thing, you continue, but I think if you want to make the point that what he was just talking about, it'd be useful to have a document to show what it is. Because a lot of times, these cases I have all these news press releases, stuff like that. It just backs up what the witness is talking about.
Okay. Okay. So we'll get that to you. When you received the complaint from Mr. Sanchez, did you or anyone on behalf of the village do anything to maintain the confidentiality requested?
Yeah, so because we didn't want, it was a very tricky situation because the deputy chief and the chief of police were the ones who received the complaints. We didn't want that to interrupt any of the operations. So we kept that confidential from the chief and deputy chief while the investigation began. And then it became, for their sake, it became public when Brian West and Bill Sanchez were ordered as part of the interrogation.
At some point in time, did the press contact the village?
Yes,
And did they ask for a response from the village?
they did.
Okay, and when the village was contacted, was there any indication whether or not the press already had the complaint or knew what the issue was?
It appeared that they had the complaint.
Let me ask you this. Was there any desire on behalf of the village of Orland Park to make this matter public?
None at all. As a matter of fact, personnel matters are generally handled discreetly, especially when they're in the investigation phase, because what we don't want to do is tarnish anybody's name or reputation until the investigation is concluded. And we don't want to prejudice the investigation as well. So in this situation, when the village was contacted by the reporters on multiple occasions, our promise to them was that once we complete the investigation, we will share the information. And that is exactly what we did. Once the investigation was complete, we shared the information. The entire investigative report was put on our website, the redacted version. And it also includes a link to the article that we were just talking about where Mr. Sanchez and Keith Carlson were.
Objection, no foundation, we haven't seen the article yet, we have no idea what it says.
You just said there's a link.
Well, he just testified that Keith Carlson made comments to the press. Now he's testifying that Bill Sanchez made comments to the press.
He
I
just-
want to see the article before we address this topic. And I think the arbitrator does as well.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see what you got. You want to
You know what, why don't we take a minute and let's go find
yeah,
the
let's
link? Okay.
do that. Sure.
Sir, you've been handed documents that have been marked as Village Exhibit 16 and Village Exhibit 17. Could you please take a look at those documents?
Okay.
And I believe Village Exhibit 17 is dated July 31st, 2023, and Village Exhibit 16 is dated August 31st, 2023.
Correct.
Can you tell me what are exhibits, Village Exhibit 17 and Village Exhibit 16?
Village Exhibit 17 is a patch news article written by patch reporter Lauren Trout, in which she reached out to the village asking about a investigation claim of discrimination and harassment leveled against certain employees. There's no names in here because I would assume that she did not receive any permission from the complainants to publish that information.
Again, he's testifying about what he assumes a reporter knows or doesn't know.
I understand it. Actually, I think to make this a little bit simpler, since the July 31st one came first, I think we ought to refer to that one as Joint Exhibit 16. And I think we ought to refer to the later one, August 31st, as Joint Exhibit 17. That'll make it a little easier for me. Do them in order.
Okay, so we're changing the numbers on them?
Yep, just change the numbers.
Okay. So,
I get your point, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Arbiter.
so, sir, did you contact the patch and provide any information to them with respect to the complaints prior to July 31st of 2023?
No,
Okay. Did anyone on behalf of the Village of Orland Park contact the patch with respect to these complaints?
no.
And in the document that's been marked as Village Exhibit 17, which is the August 31st, 2023 article, are there quotations made with respect to what the contents of the complaint are?
Yes,
Did anyone from the Village of Orland Park give that complaint to the patch?
no,
Is Mr. Sanchez identified in that article?
yes,
Is Mr. Carlson identified in that article?
yes.
Okay, and are there, had the village been contacted via FOIA with respect to this complaint?
Yes,
And did the village provide responses to those FOIA requests prior to the conclusion of the complaint, of the investigation?
our responses were that this is a pending investigation.
Was the complaint or anything disclosed prior to the ultimate conclusion in the report?
No,
So earlier you testified about articles and Mr. Carlson and Mr. Sanchez being identified. Are these the documents you were referring to?
yes.
Is there any issue with respect to the village responding to FOIAs or anything, just before I move out of this? Well, we provided testimony about responding to FOIAs, we provided testimony about the articles, I just wanted to make sure. Articles that we were talking about, okay. Okay. Okay, so,
You have any other questions on these articles?
sure.
Do you have any other questions on articles for the witness, or are we done with these?
No, I would move for admission of the arts, village exhibit
That's what I
16
was,
and
that's what I was
17.
going for. So we have a motion for admission of 16 and 17.
Mr. Arbiter, I know you're going to let it in, so, you know, you can determine what weight, if any, you're going to give to
Yes,
this.
thank you. So the VOP 16 and VOP 17 are officially accepted in the record of the case, and I will read them carefully and weigh them for what they're worth when I come to make my decision.
And I guess I should probably include Village Exhibit 18. We've got a press release at the conclusion of the investigation, if you'd like.
You can do that, too.
Yeah. I would mark this as Village Exhibit 18.
Sure. So just for the record, Village Exhibit 18 is just the press release on the conclusion of the investigation. And you can ask any question you want on it, but I'm going to accept it in the record and read it and view it and, you know, weigh it for what it's worth.
So I guess it's admitted I would move for admission otherwise, so. And Mr. Kiswara, is Village Exhibit 18 the press release?
It is.
Okay. At some point in time, you received a copy of the investigation report, correct?
Correct.
And who was the person that made the decision with respect to the consequences for that investigation?
Me.
Okay. And why were you the person that would make that decision?
In our form of government, as the city manager, I'm the chief executive officer. Under normal circumstances, if the police ran the internal review, they would obviously recommend discipline. Since our police chief and deputy chief were the ones that received the complaints, it wouldn't be appropriate that they were involved in the discipline. So it was me that made the decision for discipline.
And you keep saying that they received the complaints. Do you mean that they were the accused?
They were the accused, yes.
Okay, so they didn't physically receive them, but they were the ones that were the allegations were made against?
Correct.
Okay. And prior to the conclusion of that report, did you ever receive a vote of no confidence against Chief Eric Rossi?
No.
Prior to the conclusion of that report, did you ever receive a vote of no confidence against Deputy Chief West?
No.
And if you had received a vote of no confidence from the sergeants union or any union, what's the process for that?
We would, just like the anonymous complaints and all the other complaints, we would look into it. If there was a vote of no confidence, you know, it's a serious matter, and we would take it seriously.
Say one more question, going back to what Vet was asking you earlier about the collective bargaining agreements. Are you the final decision maker on that, or does that go to the city council?
Yeah, all I do is, well, not all, but we negotiate, and it's ultimately up to the village board.
Village board.
To ratify.
Okay, thanks.
So they are ratified publicly.
Thank you.
Did you read the report?
Yes.
Did you review this? When I talk about the report, I'm looking at what's been marked as Village Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Could you identify whether or not that's the report that you read?
Yes,
And then I would turn your attention to village exhibits. I think it's Village Exhibit 10 and Village Exhibit 11, which is also referred to as joint exhibits 9. They're the two transcripts.
yes, I see them.
Did you also review those transcripts?
I did.
Did you review the exhibits that were attached to the report?
I did.
Okay. And turning your attention to what's marked as on Village Exhibit 5. Can you identify that document for the record?
This document is a notice of pre-disciplinary meeting per the collective bargaining agreement prior to serious discipline being instituted. There's a pre-disciplinary meeting that is held.
And was this document given to Mr. Sanchez?
It was.
Does, explain to the arbitrator, at this point, January 19th, 2024, had you completed your review of the investigation?
Yes,
And did you have some preliminary determination as to what you thought would be appropriate?
I did, but I wanted to hear from Mr. Sanchez.
Okay. And looking at this, what did you base your decision, which is, well, is your decision evidenced in Exhibit 5? Or your thoughts about the situation evidenced in Exhibit 5?
Yes,
Okay, so what, and is that based upon your review of the underlying investigation and report?
correct.
And what else went into that besides the report?
So it was the report, they were the transcripts, the exhibits. I talked to Regina Early, our Human Resources Director, who sat in on many of the investigations. So it was based on all those factors.
And did you have any of your own personal knowledge with respect to any of the previous complaints?
I did. I was aware of the previous internal reviews from 2019 that were unfounded.
Okay. And can you explain to the arbitrator why you believe that Mr. Sanchez should be disciplined in this situation as opposed to anyone else?
It was clear throughout this process that Mr. Sanchez had malicious intent to remove Deputy Chief of Police, and potentially the Chief of Police, and this followed a pattern of untruths that impacted the morale of the department. That's it.
There is listed on page 2 of this Exhibit 5, pre-disciplinary meeting, a series of actions or conduct that Mr. Sanchez purportedly engaged in. Do you agree with those identified bullets?
I do.
And I believe many of these were based upon the untruthfulness issues, correct?
Correct.
Why is it important for a police officer to be truthful?
A police officer is held to a much higher standard. They have the ability to take away people's liberties. Society has entrusted police officers with that. If police officer cannot be trusted, then it impacts the ability of the police department to fulfill its mission. They lose credibility with the public, and then overall, it also impacts how they're able to do their job in situations where if they do have to testify in court and they have a history of lying, then cases get dropped and such. So it's of critical importance that police officers, especially police officers, tell the truth.
Do police officers work independently?
They,
Patrol officers and officers?
no, they work as a team.
In here, when it identifies some of these items, I'm not going to go through all of them, but just a couple of them. It indicates that Mr. Sanchez lied when he said that Deputy Chief West discriminated against him when he was a patrol officer in the traffic unit in scheduling in 2019.
Correct.
Does that relate back to that IR?
It does.
Okay. And when I say IR, that's an internal review from the police department?
Correct.
Prior to Mr. Sanchez's promotion to the position of traffic unit supervisor, did you have a conversation with with Chief Ross about appointing or offering that position to Mr. Sanchez?
So Chief Rossi made that recommendation, and I concur.
He made the recommendation to put Sanchez in the position of traffic unit supervisor to you?
There's a yes,
Okay.
Yep.
Is there a process?
there's a process.
And you agreed with that process?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, you agreed with his selection of Sanchez?
Yes.
And at the time, when you were talking to Chief Rossi about that traffic unit supervisor position, did he talk to you at all about whether or not it was going to be a sergeant's position or a lieutenant's position?
It was the process had it as a sergeant's position.
Did he say that he was going to make it a lieutenant's rank at any point?
Never.
Okay, did you have any reason to believe it was going to be a lieutenant's rank?
No.
Did he say he was going to give Sanchez the opportunity to be a lieutenant in the traffic unit, as the traffic unit supervisor at any time?
No.
Do you know whether or not it's in the budget as a sergeant?
It's in the budget as a sergeant.
Okay. Was there any discussion with respect to Mr. Sanchez's national origin and whether or not he should be a sergeant or a lieutenant?
None.
Okay. Have you ever had Chief Rossi say anything to you, good, bad, or otherwise, about Mr. Sanchez's national origin?
No.
Are you aware of any decisions that are made at the village?
I'm going to object because these are all leading questions. If she has some open-ended questions, we'd like to hear the witness testify, but these are all leading. This is a direct examination.
I didn't think the questions were that bad. I mean, basically, we've been over this
They're
several times.
providing the witness with answers, that's the problem.
Well, I mean, I thought the questions were okay. I mean, if you want to rephrase it a little bit, it would be fine with me, but
Are you aware of any decision that was made by Chief Rossi relating to anyone's national origin?
No.
Are you aware of any decision made by Chief Rossi with respect to Mr. Sanchez, good, bad, or otherwise, relating to his national origin?
No.
Are you aware of any decision or recommendation from Deputy Chief Brian West relating to Mr. Sanchez's national origin?
No.
yeah, you're probably right. Those were leading questions a little bit, so I appreciate bringing that up. And thanks for rephrasing the questions. We got the same answers, but I appreciate it.
Turning your attention to village exec- hold that place setting somehow for where we are.
Like this, what that-
Turning your attention to give you a Bates page here. Turning your attention to Bates page 637. Have you seen disciplinary memorandums coming out of the police department?
Yes,
Bates page at the bottom,
Yes.
637. Is the document that's identified as on Bates page 637, is that a disciplinary memo?
it is not.
And are you aware of any work or business opportunity that Mr. Sanchez was precluded from as a result of the document that's identified on Bates page 637?
Unaware of any.
Do you have any reason to believe that the document on page 637 would preclude him from a opportunity?
It would not.
Were you informed by, did you have a conversation with respect to Chief Rossi about telling Mr. Sanchez not to come to the command staff meetings?
I was unaware of that conversation.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Mr. Sanchez was removed from, or prevented from attending the command staff meetings because of his national origin?
That would never happen.
Why do you say it would never happen?
We have strict guidelines in our organization through, our employee manuals, through all of our rules. We are a merit organization, so it's not based on nationality, race, or anything like that.
With respect to that 2019 complaint that Mr. Sanchez made, did you understand that was that complaint have anything to do with discrimination?
I'm sorry, which one?
The one from 2019?
The IR?
Yes.
So one of them, I think discrimination was part of the second one. I believe it was 2019-6.
And do you believe that the Village of Orland Park has a pattern of condoning racial discrimination?
It does not.
Are you aware of any complaint that was made that has not been investigated?
None.
At some point, was the pre-disciplinary meeting held with Mr. Sanchez?
It was.
And did he provide you with any mitigating information?
No. There was almost a refusal to participate.
And at some point, was a decision made to terminate Mr. Sanchez's employment?
Following that, following the pre-disciplinary meeting, ultimately there was a determination to terminate.
Was, before the decision was made, what's the process for, let me step
Yeah.
back. What's the process for terminating a police sergeant?
Yeah, so in the collective bargaining agreement, the village would file charges with the board of police and fire commissioners, who would then arbitrate the matter or would review the matter. In this situation, the village did put together the charges, and Mr. Sanchez waived his right to go before the board, which led immediately to termination.
I'm gonna would you look at Village Exhibit 14? Yes, I think it's stuck in the back of the.
Okay.
It's way in the back, yes.
Oh, there it is. All right. Yes.
Did you receive, did you receive a copy of Exhibit 14?
I did.
And take a moment to look through it.
Okay. Okay.
And attached to, at the back of Exhibit 14, is that the complaint that the village was prepared to file?
Correct.
Was that, and who was representing Mr. Sanchez at this time?
Attorney Keith Carlson?
Yes, excuse me. Did you authorize your lawyer to send the complaint to Mr. Carlson?
I did.
And that was prior to it being filed?
Correct.
And did you, were you provided with a copy of Mr. Carlson's response?
I was.
Based on that response from Mr. Carlson, what did the village do with respect to filing the complaint?
The complaint was not filed with the board, and instead, termination.
Okay, and do you know whether or not the collective bargaining agreement provides for an appeal to an arbitrator?
It's exactly what it does. It states it's an appeal to the arbitrator
And what is an appeal, what is it an appeal of?
of the termination or whatever other discipline.
Okay. Can I take a moment?
Yeah, I want to ask George one question. I apologize if I missed this before, but I wanted to have this in my notes. I don't have it. Can you tell me who attended the pre-discipline meeting?
Yeah. It would have been, was Mr. Sanchez, his attorney.
That was Carlson?
Keith Carlson. Myself, HR Director Early. I don't remember with attorney. Were you there?
I was there.
Okay.
I think didn't I have well, I can't testify.
Was everybody there in person?
No. Well, okay, so that's what happened. There was the initial, there was a weather event that was happening.
Oh.
So we had to reschedule it, and then the rescheduled event occurred over Zoom.
So Sanchez, Carlson,
Sanchez and Carlson were
early
over
in
Zoom.
the event?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you. You want to take a short break here? Think about what you want to do next?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm resting.
You rest? So,
Yeah.
do you guys need a few minutes? You ready to roll?
Now, let's get going.
Okay, cross-examination. Now, you've been cross-examined before? Okay, so you know how this works. But
Yes.
basically, like yes and no answers, and
Right.
if they want you to elaborate, they'll let you know, and if they don't let you elaborate, then she can ask you some questions on redirect.
Got it.
As I like to say, you have more than competent legal counsel. She'll let you say whatever you want. You would agree with me, nowhere in the CBA does it permit you to unilaterally amend the CBA, correct?
Correct,
And when I say CBA, I'm talking about the collective bargaining agreement, fair?
correct.
Is your mic on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
And I think you testified you're the final decision maker in this case, correct, sir?
Correct.
I believe you also testified that the documents you reviewed prior to deciding to impose termination, you reviewed Jimmy Lee's report with the exhibits attached,
Correct.
the interrogation of transcripts of Sergeant Sanchez,
Correct.
the interrogation transcripts of Deputy Chief West,
Correct.
and those are all the documents you reviewed, correct?
No. They're
Great, what else did you review?
The exhibits that were part of the report.
Hang on. I asked you, you reviewed Jimmy Lee's report and the exhibits attached to it,
Yes.
correct?
Okay.
Other than those documents, Jimmy Lee's reports with the exhibits, the interrogation of Sanchez, and the interrogation of Deputy Chief West, you reviewed no other documents, correct?
I reviewed the CBA.
Okay.
I reviewed that. I reviewed the police department's rules.
You read all 1,000 pages of them?
No, the ones that were associated with this case. I believe that was it.
All right, that's everything?
I believe so.
Fair enough. So prior to issuing discipline, you never listened to the actual interrogation of Sergeant Sanchez, you only read the transcript,
Correct.
correct? Prior to imposing discipline, you never listened to the interrogation of Deputy Chief West, correct?
Correct.
Prior to imposing discipline, you never listened to the audio of Chief Rossi's interview, correct?
Correct.
In fact, sir, you never listened to any of the audio interviews of any of the witnesses in this case, isn't that true?
True.
You never reviewed the Village of Orland Park employee handbook, isn't that correct, sir?
That's incorrect.
You did review it?
The employee handbook of the Village of Orland Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you just testified about everything you documented, so did you lie or did you make a mistake?
No, I think,
Action harassing, come on.
I believe I said I reviewed.
No, you said you reviewed the general orders. Did you review the employee handbook?
I did.
Anything else? Since we're learning of new documents.
I'm sure there's other ones, they're not popping in my memory right now.
You never reviewed the training file of Sergeant Sanchez before issuing discipline, correct?
Yes, I did not review his training file.
You never reviewed his awards prior to imposing discipline, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You never looked at his midterm reviews of Sergeant Sanchez, correct?
Incorrect.
Oh, so this is a new document
I
you
review,
reviewed?
all of the evaluations come through my desk.
Prior to imposing discipline, did you go through each and every one of his mid-year reviews?
I saw his mid-year reviews. All of them? No.
I'm saying you made a decision to terminate. As part of that process, did you go through all of his mid-year reviews?
No.
Okay,
Okay, I'm gonna, well, object
the
it.
answer. As part of that process, did you review all of his yearly reviews before
No.
imposing discipline? Thank you. Did you ever review any of Jimmy Lee's from Gold Shield Detective Agency? Did I say that correctly? Gold Shield Detective. Did you ever review any of Jimmy Lee's notes that he took during his interviews with all those witnesses?
No.
And since you reviewed the discipline general order, you would agree with me that the Orland Park Police Department has adopted a system of positive discipline and progressive discipline, correct? You would agree that that's in General Order 26-1?
I don't know exact number, but probably right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And you would agree that the general progressive discipline begins with oral reprimand, then goes to a written warning, suspension, and then dismissal. Is that fair?
It depends on it depends on what the violation is
You would agree that those are the levels of discipline in the Orland Park Police Department, though, correct?
for minor violations.
Can I just ask, is this progressive discipline that he's talking about, is that in the collective bargaining contract, or is that sort of a document that?
No, it's in it would be in the collective bargaining agreement generally.
Okay, so bilateral agreement, okay, got it.
It's also in your policy, correct?
That's where I was trying to think of policy.
I believe so.
It's also in the employee handbook, correct?
I believe so.
All right.
Mr. Kuzwara, you didn't personally go out and conduct this investigation, correct?
That's correct.
You relied on an independent investigator to go out and do a complete and thorough investigation for you, fair?
Exactly.
And you would agree with me that an internal affairs investigation needs to be fair, unbiased, thorough, and complete?
Absolutely.
And the point of an investigation is not only to prove allegations, but also disprove allegations, fair?
That's fair.
When conducting an investigation, you don't want your investigator to reach a conclusion and then only look for facts to support that conclusion, correct?
That's correct.
You want him to stay objective, he should gather facts and then reach a conclusion based upon those facts, correct?
Exactly.
Now, the investigator in this case was Jimmy Lee of Goldshield, correct?
Correct.
You testified, and I wrote it down because I thought it was interesting. You said, "We reached out to Jimmy Lee." Who's the we?
The village.
Okay. Where did you get Jimmy Lee's name from?
I asked Yvette for a few options.
Okay. So Ms. Heitzelman provided you with Jimmy Lee's name?
Correct.
Okay. Did you then select Jimmy Lee?
Yes.
Okay. But the name came from Ms. Heitzelman, who's sitting here today as the prosecutor, correct?
I don't know if she's prosecutor.
Well, she's the advocate for the village, correct?
Yes.
She gave you the name of the independent investigator.
Correct.
Was Ms. Heitzelman originally hired in this case as an investigator or as an advocate? After reading Jimmy Lee's report, did you ever direct him to go out, speak to more witnesses, gather more information, or after you read it, were you satisfied that it was a complete and thorough job?
No, I asked him to continue because complaints kept coming in.
At the cessation of the complaints, once the report was finalized and given to you, after that point, did you say, "I need you to go out and do more," or were you satisfied that he had done a fair, thorough, and complete job?
Yeah, I think at the total completion, after all of the complaints kept coming in, and he continued that, and I asked him to continue that, after all of that, then yes, I was satisfied.
And at the time you made the decision to terminate, you felt you had sufficient information to make that decision, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your decision is only as good as the information that's been provided to you, fair?
That's fair.
Action is mischaracterized as a testimony.
I'm asking him. He can say no. He said yes. Let's talk a little bit about the pre-discipline meeting. I understand that it was Attorney Keith Carlson, Bill Sanchez, yourself, Regina, and Ms. Heintzelman that were there?
Correct.
And you provided a notice of the pre-discipline meeting to Sergeant Sanchez, you signed that document?
Correct.
The pre-discipline meeting was originally scheduled for January 23rd, 2024, 2 PM, correct?
That sounds about right.
And they got changed because of weather?
Correct.
And you wrote in that memorandum that at this hearing, you will be provided with a full and fair opportunity to express any relevant information you wish to express and provide any explanation you may wish to provide, correct?
Correct.
If you could take the small book, we're going to talk about a couple union exhibits here.
None of these are really small.
That's a fair point. If I could direct you to Union Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Did your counsel share this email with you? This was an email from Keith Carlson to Yvette Heitzelman regarding an information request.
I'm going to object to the extent you're seeking information with respect to attorney-client communications.
No, let me be clear. I don't want to know anything you said to Ms. Heitzelman or anything Ms. Heitzelman said to you. My only question is, did you ever see the union's information request?
Yes.
Okay. And in this request, Keith Carlson wrote that he's making a request for information under IPELRA, which is the acronym for the Illinois Public Labor Relations Act. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. He requested at least 48 hours before the pre-disciplinary meeting. Please provide all evidence, data, opinions, memos, and/or information that has been or will be provided to the final decision maker regarding the investigation of Sergeant Sanchez, correct?
Correct.
He cites some cases, I don't want to talk about those, but the paragraph under those cases. He then also says, the union requires the requested information. Without this information, the union and Sergeant Sanchez cannot meaningfully participate in the pre-disciplinary meeting. The requested information is in the exclusive control of the employer. That was part of his information request, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The document speaks for itself. It's
I know.
in evidence.
If you could turn to Union Exhibit 4. It's going to be Bates Stamp 136. This was your counsel's response to Keith Carlson, correct?
Let me just look at it real quick here.
Certainly.
That's correct.
You've seen this before?
I believe so.
Okay. And in that email, your attorney told Mr. Carlson, the village will not be providing any additional information to the union prior to the pre-disciplinary meeting, correct?
Correct.
No documents were provided to Sergeant Sanchez prior to the pre-disciplinary meeting, correct, sir?
Well, he got the letter.
The pre-discipline notice, outside of that, no documents were provided to Sergeant Sanchez, correct?
I believe so.
You could look at Union Exhibit 1, which is going to be the collective bargaining agreement. I know it's an employer exhibit as well, but it's just easier to look at Union 1. Bates Stamp 49, specifically Section 19.3, if I could direct your attention there, sir.
Okay.
You would agree with me that Section 19.3 covers This is the contract language covering pre-disciplinary meetings?
Correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last sentence of that paragraph, you would agree with me, this says the employee and the association representative, if present, shall be given the opportunity to rebut or clarify the reasons for such discipline, correct?
Correct.
This section also talks about the chief of police prior to implementing the intended disciplinary action, that the chief or his designee shall notify the association of the contemplated discipline for the pre-disciplinary meeting, correct?
Correct.
What document exists where Chief Rossi designated you to hold the pre-disciplinary meeting?
There's no document.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the grievant and the union never had a pre-disciplinary meeting with the chief of police, correct?
That's, on this matter, correct.
Now, the union did not receive any of the documents it requested until this arbitrator issued a subpoena for those documents. Isn't that true, sir?
That's false.
When did the union first receive documents related to what Mr. Carlson asked for in that email?
It was part of the unemployment hearing.
Okay. After Sergeant Sanchez had been fired.
Correct.
So the first time the union got those documents was after termination.
Correct.
Are you aware that the Illinois Public Labor Relations Act requires employers to provide information within their control to the union?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
No, it doesn't. I'm asking if he's aware.
Yeah, you can ask if you can answer if you're aware. If you're not aware, just say you're not. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
I don't know.
You're involved in collective bargaining, though.
Yes.
You're involved in grievances.
Yes.
You've had a 30-year career of dealing with unions.
Yes.
And you would agree with me there is no per se recording of the pre-disciplinary meeting. Isn't that correct, sir?
There's no what?
Was there a recording of the pre-disciplinary meeting?
An audio recording?
Yeah, audio or video.
I don't think we recorded it.
There was no
You
court.
said you said let me just break it for a second. You said the meeting was conducted over Zoom, right?
Yeah, but I don't, you have to hit the record button. I
That
don't
was
think-
what I was going to ask. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we
Did not
did that.
record it?
Okay. And there wasn't a court reporter on the call,
I don't
correct?
think so.
And you would agree with me that fairness extends to the pre-discipline meeting as well?
Absolutely.
Is it true, sir, that the union has filed an unfair labor practice charge against the Village of Orland Park for refusing to turn over those documents as part of its information request for the pre-disciplinary meeting?
No, I'm not sure what the unfair labor practice charge is. I don't know if it's for documents or for something else. I don't recall because there's a lot of filings that have been made in this matter.
That's a fair answer. Let me direct your attention to Union Exhibit 7. Just take a moment to look through that. I'm sorry, I don't think Union 7 is correct. Give me one moment. Yeah, Union 7, I believe that's correct. Actually, I take that back. Union 6. Let's try this again. Sorry, Mr. Courtois.
It's all right.
You see the document I'm looking at on Bates stamp 139 is a complaint. It says complaint for hearing from the Illinois Labor Relations Board.
Yes.
You want to take a minute and look
Yes.
through it?
Let me look at it.
Please. Not to hurry you, I think paragraph 8, 9, and 10, and 11 are probably what you're looking at.
I believe this is already in.
It's in, but I want to ask him about it.
All right?
You would agree that this is a complaint for hearing issued by the Labor Board and signed by the Executive Director for the village, failing to provide information on when the union made its information request, correct?
I don't know.
Well, let's look at paragraph 8. Actually, let's look at paragraph 9.
We'll agree that this is a complaint. There's no decision. I'll stipulate to it.
I understand. I want to talk to him about it.
Okay? So I'm looking at 9.
So if you look at 9, it says, counsel for charging party made an information request to respondent for all documents being presented to the final decision maker in the disciplinary case involving Sanchez referenced in paragraph 8. Fair?
Yes.
Paragraph 10 says counsel for the respondent refused to provide the requested information. Fair?
Yes.
Paragraph 11 says, by its actions, respondent interfered with restrained or coerced employees in the exercise of their rights afforded by the act in violation of section 10A1 of the act, correct?
That's what it says.
And this was issued by the Labor Board, fair?
So the record's clear, this is not a decision.
I understand.
Okay.
Prior to the issuance of this complaint, there was an investigation done by the Labor Board. Isn't that correct?
I'm going to object to the characterization of investigation by the Labor Board.
They call it an investigation.
I am objecting to that characterization by the Labor Board.
Well, I understand you don't like that the Labor Board uses that term, but the Labor Board rules say that they conduct an investigation prior to issuing a
You're
complaint.
asking this witness that question, I'm objecting to calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking him
with
if
the
he's
Labor-
aware that the Labor Board conducted an investigation before issuing this complaint.
You know, because of all of the filings that have occurred,
You don't know?
I'd have to look through all my records.
So that's a no, you're not aware.
I don't know.
Did you participate in any response to the Labor Board?
Yes, I would have been part of the response, but it would we're in coordination with our attorneys.
What does the law say with respect to an employee's burden when making a claim of discrimination?
I'm going to object as to calls for a legal
Yeah,
conclusion.
Cresswell.
Okay, what is your understanding of the law with respect to what an employee needs to assert in a discrimination claim?
Same objection.
Well, he fired a guy for making a discrimination claim. I'd like to know what his understanding of the law is.
Okay, and I'm going to object as you're mischaracterizing the basis for his termination. You didn't fire him for making a discrimination claim. I fired him for falsifying a discrimination
Well,
complaint.
and that's going to be the debate, isn't it?
Well,
Whether or not Bill had a good faith basis to bring a complaint. I want to know his understanding of the law. Or maybe he didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not a lawyer, I understand that. So basically, I'm not expecting a legal description, but do you have an understanding of the law, what he's talking about?
Same objection with respect to this
Okay.
this answer.
You say that
Objection
again?
noted.
Sure. What is your understanding of the law regarding the employee's burden when making a claim of discrimination?
My understanding of, boy, I have no idea.
Okay. You oversee human resources, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Bill Sanchez is a member of a protected class, correct?
Correct.
Let's look through his performance evaluations real quick. And I direct you, I know it's the first time you're seeing them.
Again, mischaracterizes his testimony.
It's the first time you're reviewing them in a long time. Exhibit 12,
Wait a
please.
minute, I'm going to object as being harassing and mischaracterizing his testimony. He said he approves all of those evaluations.
Yeah, he did say he looked at him.
Great, fantastic. Let's talk about it then.
You want to go to 12?
Yeah, let's go to 12. Let's just do the yearly reviews. Can you look at the first 4 pages? You would agree with me if I directed your attention to 1949? There's a rating supervisor signature, sir, is that correct?
Correct.
On page 1950, the next page, there's the employee signature, correct?
Correct.
There's a division commander signature, correct?
Correct.
There's a chief of police signature, correct?
Correct.
Nowhere on this document is your signature, correct, sir?
Not on this one.
Thank you. You're more than welcome to look through all those evaluations, or I can just shorten my question. Every one of these performance evaluations, Sergeant Sanchez meets or exceeds in all categories. If I told you that, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
You know, if I just look through this real quickly.
Please.
And I would object, the documents are in evidence, they speak for themselves. Do you,
Yeah, they do speak for themselves. I'll read them carefully for sure.
This is foundational to my next question, though.
I thought I was going to see these sometime. Here they are. Yeah, I see how this works, where they have the check marks on the side.
So it looks like he meets standard for the majority of them.
And in some cases exceeds, correct?
In some cases exceeds.
In no area does he ever fall below standard.
I don't see anything here.
So it's fair to say Bill Sanchez, based on his evaluations, was performing his job satisfactory as a traffic safety supervisor, correct?
Correct.
And during this entire investigation, you never had a single report that he was a bad police officer, a bad traffic safety supervisor.
I have not had that kind of report, correct?
You would agree with me that failure to promote can be an adverse action, correct?
Yes.
And there are no supervisors that were promoted from sergeant to lieutenant that are Hispanic, correct? In the police department.
ever? I'm going to object, this calls for speculation.
To your knowledge,
Yeah, you can ask if
are
you
there any
know-
Hispanic
if you know-
lieutenants in the Orland Park Police Department?
There was, I don't know, Christina Fitzgibbons was promoted to
She's a sergeant.
sergeant.
Are
Okay,
there any Hispanic lieutenants in the Orland Park Police Department that you're aware of?
not that I'm aware of.
You would agree with me that the law protects employees who make complaints regarding an unlawful employment practice, correct?
Correct.
And no employee should ever be disciplined for stepping up and making a claim of unlawful employment practices unless they're made in bad faith. You agree?
Can I, no, a minute, can I hear that again?
Sure. No employee should be disciplined for making a claim of an unlawful employment practice unless it's made in bad faith.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think you can pass on to your next question.
I'm sorry, can you answer that?
No, go on to your next question. I don't think he needs to answer that one. I don't get that one either.
Is it the policy of the Village of Orland Park to retaliate against people that make discrimination claims in good faith?
We do not discriminate.
Is it the policy of the Village of Orland Park to retaliate against employees who make discrimination claims?
We don't retaliate.
And you would agree with me that just because a complaint is not substantiated does not mean it's made in bad faith, correct?
It depends.
Well, in your sexual harassment policy, doesn't it in fact say, just because a claim is unproven, doesn't mean it's made in bad faith?
Just because it's unproven doesn't mean it's made in bad faith.
Objection, the document speaks for itself.
Well, no, I want to know his understanding. I'm testing his memory.
That's not what you asked him.
Do you know what your sexual harassment policy says about unproven claims?
I don't have it memorized.
Okay.
If it's in the record, we'll agree it says what it says.
Stipulate to what it says.
Well, let's read it into to the record
That's
then,
fine.
so we're clear.
You want to
This is
read
going
the
to be,
document?
this is going to be in the employee handbook. It's going to be Union Exhibit 9, Union 238. False and frivolous charges refer to cases where, I'm sorry. It's going to be Union Exhibit 9, page 238.
Where are you reading?
The very last paragraph he's going to read.
Exactly, the very last paragraph. Are you there,
I'm
Mr.
there.
Village Manager? Thank you. False and frivolous charges refer to cases where the accuser is using a sexual harassment complaint to accomplish some other end other than stopping the sexual harassment. It does not refer to charges made in good faith which cannot be proven. It says that, correct?
Those two sentences are correct.
Would you agree that that same philosophy applies to discrimination claims?
Yes.
Do you want to read the rest of the provision for purposes of completeness?
No.
It's in there, I'll read it.
Okay.
Okay. If I could direct your attention to Union Exhibit 9, 237. It's going to be middle of the page where it says subsection VA. It'll be the third paragraph. It reads, I'm sorry,
Can you tell me what the page number is?
237. This is titled Procedures for Filing a Complaint of Sexual Harassment. We agree?
Yes.
Okay. Third paragraph down. No one making a complaint of sexual harassment will be retaliated against even if a complaint made in good faith is not substantiated. Says that, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that this same philosophy applies to discrimination claims as well, sir, correct?
Yes.
When generally speaking, when people make a complaint about discrimination, they themselves don't have the ability to do a full-blown investigation before bringing you a complaint, correct?
Objection, hypothetical, speculation?
Do you expect here's a better question. I'll withdraw that question. Do you expect your employees to do a full-blown investigation themselves before bringing a complaint to your attention?
A full-blown?
Yes, full-blown. Yes or no?
Nope.
Thank you, sir. You would agree with me that simply making a mistake or misconstruing something Doesn't mean an employee acted in bad faith, correct?
Objection, speculation.
It depends.
Okay. If you'll just give me one moment, Mr.
Sure.
Arbitrator. What's your highest level of education, sir?
A master's degree with some PhD coursework,
What's your master's degree in?
public administration, and the PhD coursework was also in public administration.
I assume in your formal education, you've had to take some examinations,
Yes,
probably a lot.
right?
I feel your pain. Have you ever taken a multiple choice exam?
Yes,
Have you ever marked C on an answer where the answer was D?
I'm sure I did.
So when you got the answer wrong, were you lying to your teacher or your professor?
I don't even know what objection, speculation.
No, I'm asking. When you
No.
got the wrong answer, did you lie?
No,
Okay. So you would agree that there's a difference between lying and making a mistake. Is that fair?
yeah, it depends.
Just some general concepts with respect to discipline, if we could kind of discuss those. You would agree with me that discipline is corrective in nature, fair?
It's fair.
Discipline should be even-handed and distributed in a fair manner.
Correct.
It's never designed to embarrass the employee, correct?
Exactly.
You attend board meetings in your capacity as the village manager, correct?
Correct.
Are they called board here? What do you call it? The Board of
Yeah, here it's a village board,
Village Board?
and other places, city council.
Yeah, okay, Village Board.
In Illinois, it doesn't really make a difference if it's a village or a city.
I'm sitting in the Village Board member seat, right?
You're sitting in the mayor's seat.
The mayor, oh.
Careful, charge your rent. Were you present at the September 3rd, 2024 board meeting?
September 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
I probably was.
Okay. And those board meetings are both audio and video recorded, correct?
Correct.
And they're posted online by the village on their website?
Correct.
Or actually their YouTube page?
Their YouTube, yep.
Who's William Healy?
He's a village trustee.
I'm going to object as being outside the scope of direct and relevance. This is
It's
after,
absolutely relevant.
Wait, I'm sorry, what meeting are you talking to say?
It's the September 3rd meeting.
This last one?
Yeah.
I was not there.
You were not there. Have you had occasion to view it online?
Yes,
Okay. So you're familiar with it?
yes.
Okay.
wait, I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning as being relevant. This is
Mr.
not, this
It's
is,
hard for me to tell if it's relevant until I see what he's going to ask him about.
Thank you.
well, but it's a meeting that occurred last week.
Yeah, and it goes to the bias of the village and their anti-union animus, which is part of our case.
Then,
And I think it's important that you hear it.
What's,
then
go ahead.
you need to lay the foundation that this individual,
Hang
let me
on.
finish.
I'm gonna lay the foundation.
That this person was involved in any decision-making with respect to Mr. Sanchez.
The village board is his boss.
He made the decision. He testified that he made the decision.
I understand, but it talks about, it goes to the fact that there is a pervasive culture of anti-union animus.
So you want to ask some questions about Mr. Gill or that meeting? Is that okay?
Sure.
You can ask the questions and
Thank you, sir.
I'll listen.
Okay. William Healy's an elected village trustee, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the village board is above the village manager's position, correct?
That's correct.
And he has the ability to make public comments at public village board meetings, fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Do you recall him saying you can thank the unions for promoting the people who make the laws that make all the open borders, all the crimes coming in our state, for providing money, for providing the money to elect all these people with their liberal socialist ideas?
Okay, wait, hold
Do you
on a
recall
second.
him saying that?
Wait, wait, wait.
Well, go ahead.
I'm going to object. This was during public comment?
It was during trustee comments. He is an elected official of the Village of Orland Park, making open and notorious anti-union comments at a public meeting. You fired the union president. This is absolutely relevant and probative.
Is the union referenced in the statement you just read?
He's talking about all unions.
This arbitrator's had a lot of cases like this in the past where this kind of stuff comes in. And basically, I think it's useful for me to see the total picture, and then I can make my decision based on what's relevant and what's not. And you're not going to, don't belabor this too much, but I think basically I'm going to listen to it and I'll see what it's worth.
He made those comments, correct, sir?
I believe he did, and the only reason I believe he did is because I reviewed his apology the next day. He apologized for his comments.
Thanks, I didn't ask about that.
Oh, okay, all right. I just wasn't sure.
We'll get there.
Okay,
Don't steal my thunder.
all right.
He said, I always considered Labor Day one of the best socialist holidays of the year, correct?
He may have said it. I wasn't at the meeting. I looked at the tapes as part of his apology, but I had COVID, so I wasn't there.
Sorry, I hope you're feeling better. I think it's probably helpful if we play it so that it can refresh your recollection.
You can play it.
Well, wait a minute. He wasn't there.
He watched it online.
It is online, right? And you submitted it as an exhibit.
Great, I want to go through it now.
You want to play it again?
I do.
It's just,
Because the Village of Orland Park believes in transparency, and we're holding a hearing, and I think
you can play
they
that
should
part.
hear it. Thank you.
I had COVID too, by the way, just recently. In between the, off the record.
I hope everybody had a nice Labor Day. I always considered Labor Day.
A little bit?
I was just saying something off the record. When you said you had COVID, between the last time we had our first session, I had COVID too, so I relate to that. I'm doing fine now, but I had to take this Paxlovid, and
I'm still taking it. It tastes like I ate metal juice.
that is actually the worst thing about the pill. It works well, but you get this thing called Paxlovid mouth. It's terrible. Okay, sorry about that. We'll go back in the record now.
I turned it down.
All right, back on the record.
I'm standing up so I can hear this better.
Labor Day, I always considered, I hope everybody had a nice Labor Day. I always considered Labor Day one of the best socialist holidays of the year. And being an anti-socialist and probably antisocial too, I worked 7 hours on Labor Day just to say that, you know, I'm not part of that group. Labor Day represents a celebration of all the good the unions have brought to our country and state. And you can thank the union for putting Kim Fox in office and other anti-police government officials. You can thank the unions for making the Safety Act possible by providing the funds to have those people elected. You can thank the union for promoting the people who make the laws that make all the open borders and all these crimes coming into our state. You can thank the union for providing the money for well, you can take the money from them to providing the money to elect all these people with their liberal socialist ideas. You should all look into how much money the unions actually provide. It's astounding. And you can thank them for these proud union members. You sometimes receive the sign. I'm not so sure what they're proud about with all this. We may see a number of, I don't know, I think I'd rather just go on my own way and not require a paid holiday. I'd rather earn what I get and have the self-respect of making my own way in the country. So anyways, that's my union comments for tonight. So have a happy Labor Day weekend.
That's a true and accurate representation of the video that you viewed online, correct, sir?
I believe so.
Okay. And he had to, I don't know if he had to, that's probably the wrong word. He issued a public apology.
Very next day.
Mr. Arbitrator, can I take 2 minutes with my
Yes.
co-counsel and client?
That's correct. Correct.
Sir, with respect to people making complaints of discrimination, do you expect them to be truthful?
Yes.
Expect them to be honest?
Yes.
Council asked you some questions about that Exhibit 9, and specifically Union, page 238.
Yes.
So he read into the record the first two sentences of Section 6. Could you please read the final sentence of Section 6 regarding false and frivolous complaints into the record?
Given the seriousness of the consequences for the accused, a false and frivolous charge is a severe offense that can itself result in disciplinary action.
And again, I think council asked you questions that provision also applies to people making discrimination complaints, right?
Correct.
And that handbook is passed out to the employees, right?
Yes.
And they're expected to abide by that?
Correct.
Council asked you some questions about signing the evaluations. He had Mr. Sanchez's evaluations. Do you sign off on those evaluations?
I do, on every one of them.
And so do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And was Mr. Sanchez's employment terminated based upon his performance as a traffic unit supervisor?
He was not.
Okay. Can an employee be a good performing employee and still be negatively affecting an organization?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you explain to the arbitrator why you have to take disciplinary action against someone that even though they're a good employee, they're negatively affecting the organization?
Yeah, and so, they, if they're doing their work, but undermining, their supervision, if they're creating a hostile work environment, and if they're, lying on multiple occasions, that impacts the, culture of the organization.
Did you believe that happened here?
I do.
And Mr. McQuarrie asked us about questions about documents you reviewed. And when you received the report, were you familiar with those investigations from 2019?
I was.
Did you recall them and what happened during them at the time you were making the decision with respect to Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, I was very familiar with them because it was something that had happened almost from day one. So my full attention was on that from when I started in the organization.
Oh, from day one from your employment here?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't want to belabor this. Mr. McQuarrie, I almost called you Mr. Carlson. Mr. McQuarrie asked you. Forced habit, sorry. Mr. McQuarrie asked you some questions about Union Exhibit 1. Can you look at page, it's base page 49. That's section 19.3, pre-disciplinary meeting.
Yes.
And sir, looking at, I can't remember what sentences he asked you to read, but in here, it talks about giving an employee the reasons for the contemplated discipline. Do you see that?
Yes.
What page are we on? Sorry.
I'm sorry?
What page are we on?
I'm on page, Union 49, base page 49.
The collective bargaining contract?
Of Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And it would be section 19.3 pre-disciplinary meeting.
Well, wait a minute here. So, 49?
Bates, page 49.
Oh, Bates, page 4, I got you. Sorry. I'm with it, okay, that's, that 19.3, we saw that before, sorry.
Do you believe that your letter that's marked as exhibit five provided the reasons that you're taking disciplinary action against Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Had you seen the pre-disciplinary notices that the police department gave other police officers regarding the reasons for the disciplinary action?
Yes.
Show you. Do you know whether or not the provision in section 19.3 of the sergeant's contract is the same as section 19.3 of the patrol officer's contract?
You know, the section number may be different, but it's probably very similar.
The language is similar?
The language is similar.
So I'm gonna.
We're having a new document here?
I have a new document.
This would be 19.
I'm gonna put these all together. Is the last one in there from Wayland?
The last piece of paper?
Yeah, the last email?
Yes. Is it dated January 28th?
Yes. Okay. Yep. Putting them together now. This is it.
Thank you very much.
Some emails, documents marked as the Village Exhibit 19. Can you describe for the arbitrator what those documents are?
They appear to be pre-disciplinary notices to various officers.
And are they dated before or after, are any of those dated before the pre-disciplinary notice for Mr. Sanchez?
Yes. There's one that looks like it's after.
And do you remember receiving any grievances with respect to the sufficiency of those notices that were given to any of those individuals?
Nope, there were never any grievances.
And in your opinion, is the disciplinary letter that you sent to Mr. Sanchez, marked as exhibit number 5, as detailed as the documents marked Village Exhibit 19? For in the effect that it provides the reasons for the discipline.
Yeah, so Village Exhibit 5 is much more detailed than the other notices.
Okay.
You want to move 19?
I would move for admission of 19.
Okay, so I figured so. VOP Exhibit number 19 is officially accepted into the record of this case.
Was the decision to terminate Mr. Sanchez related to any anti-union animus?
Not at all.
Did anyone from the village board encourage you or affect your decision with respect to, or try to influence your decision with respect to Mr. Sanchez's employment?
Not at all.
After Mr. Sanchez was terminated, did somebody else replace him as the union president?
I don't know that.
Do you have any reason to believe that the union will not continue to represent any member of the Village of Orland Park Police Department as a result of the termination of Mr. Sanchez?
I have no reason to believe that. We've actually we're in negotiations right now for a supervisor's contract after having completed the patrol officer's contract.
Yeah. Did you make your decision based on anti-union animus with respect to Mr. Sanchez's employment?
Absolutely not.
I have nothing further.
Couple questions. Sure. With respect to Village of Orland Park Exhibit 19, to your knowledge, are these pre-discipline notices regarding termination cases?
I don't know.
Okay. And then you would agree that in all of these pre-discipline notice emails, nowhere in them is the union made an information request for documents, correct?
To my knowledge.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Off the record for a second. I have a question for George. We're done for today. It's 4:20 or so p.m. We're going to resume again Monday of next week, and Monday is the 8th, right?
I believe the 9th.
Monday's the 9th, yeah. And so we'll start at 9 o'clock like usual, and the expectation is we'll go for about 3 hours, and we'll probably finish the VOP side of the case, and then we'll recess until Wednesday, and then the union will present their side of the case.
Very good.
Very good. Okay, thanks for a good day. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Arbitrator.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave my